So how are the exams?
Yeah, I did the best I could under the
I think
circumstances.
you say, passed.
I did the best I could, so I will see when the results come. Yes.
You guys are having it nice. You know when 68, and I went into my first year for hotel,
Yes.
we had an English professor called Green.
Yes.
We were about 150 in the class.
Yes.
He counted us.
Yes.
And then he told us, you guys, by April, half of you shall have left this class. I looked at him, and he's saying, by September, we must get DPS, they say, duly performed. Only a quarter of you will pass the exams. And then after writing the exams, only half of you will make it. So you must decide which half you want to be at.
Yeah.
They used to control exams then.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
they used to control exams. So our guys took over the nonsense of 30% from them.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
seen a matriculant, you pass when you get the 30% mark.
True, my lord.
Yeah, okay, let's start.
We can commence. All the accused are here. Mr. Ramusepil is not yet here.
There's a phone to say he's going to be late.
He hasn't sent any message. Just quickly checking.
Daisy.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah. Mr. Minister, are you fit to proceed?
As it please the court, my lord, thank you for the indulgence. I'm feeling much better now.
Okay.
Thank you. As it please the court, my lord. Yesterday, I referred to a number of statements, my lord. I think some of which were already handed in as exhibits, particularly the one that I referred to of Ms. Zandi Kumalo. Now, the one that I referred to as statement number A113, the one that was penned by Longetwala, I did not request, my lord, that it be handed in as an exhibit, as well as the one that is numbered A57. It also slipped my mind that I should request that it be handed in an exhibit. May I therefore, with the leave of court, my lord, request that both statements be handed in as exhibits. The last statement, my lord, that I requested that it be handed in, I think it was Makumalo's statement, and it was Mark Triple V. Now, the first statement of Mr. Longetwala, Mark A113, I'm going to request that it should be marked. I don't know whether we're following Triple V, STUVX. Then we're going to mark it as triple X.
W, I think that will be triple W1. There's also the statement A9. I don't know whether it's not being headed up of Longway.
Yes, my lord. A9 as well, yes. Let's start with A9. Oh, okay. W1. A9, my lord, will then be marked W1. And then A11. Okay, let's go to A51. A57. 57 be marked as W2. And A113 be marked W in brackets 3, my lord. No, 106, it's I think it's a duplication of 113. Thank you, my lord. Yes, please, the court, my lord. Brigadier, yesterday, good morning.
Good morning, Advocate Minister.
Thank you. Before we adjourned, there was a question that I posed, and the court wanted to clarify whether do I then request that you give an opinion in that regard. The question.
Isolo singahlukanike khona umbuzo engubuzile lapho enkantolo eveze ukuthi mina ngicela ukuthi ulibeke umbono wakho ngalokho.
Let me quickly go back to the question just to check your mind. The question was to the following effect.
Nawo ke umbuzo wami.
Now, in view of, I actually wanted to know what would then be the relevance of your testimony in saying that, actually in bringing that kind of testimony before court, where you said that there were pictures that were found in the downloads of accused number 3's phone, as well as Longwe Twala's phone and Kelly's phone. So, the gist of my question was, what was the relevance of that testimony of yours? That is
Manje lobufakazi babumelana nani lobufakazi bokuthi ke unathola izithombe efonini kaMsolwa nefonini kaLongwe nefoni kaKelly Khumalo.
similar pictures.
Izithombe ezifananayo.
Yes.
My lord, as the statement indicates, it was to show the linkages. You know that there's linkages, or rather similar pictures as Advocate Minister says. That was the essence of it.
Cha ukuthi befuna ukukhombisa ukuthi khona ukuxhumana nokuthi khona izithombe ezingathi ziyafanana.
Now, are you then saying there could have been a leakage just simply because on the similarity of those photos? You're then saying that there could have been a linkage between Kelly Kumalo and accused number 3 and Longetwala, and there was also a linkage between Longetwala, Kelly Kumalo, and accused number 3. Is that what you're saying?
Manje kusho ukuthi kukhona yini ngaloko ukuthi khona izithombe engathi ziyafanana uchaza ukuthi kusho ukuthi khona uxhumana phakathi ka umsola wesithathu noLongethwala noKelly Kumalo.
My Lord, the court will recall that I said this was guided by the expert. This is now Colonel Stein, who informed me and then thereafter then showed me such in his affidavit. So I was moving in that precinct. He's the expert in this area, and that's what he established and then communicated to me, which then I utilized in my investigation when I applied for the warrants. I think it appears in a number of statements, such linkages, my Lord.
Lokho ke phela sasiholwa uKolonel Stein uchwepheshe oyena ko wayengisiza ke ilokho agcina ke kusisizile ukuthi sifune nokukhipha nema warrant wakuyena owuchwepheshe ngalokho.
Thank you. That being the case, as an investigating officer, would you then say, as an investigating officer, would you then say that that information that you got from Colonel Stein as you analyze the evidence, that evidence indicates, therefore, that accused number 3 was complicit in the commission of these offenses that is facing today?
Manje ushuthi lokho kuthole kuKolonel Stein ikona kwaholela ukuthi uthi umsolo wesithathu yathinteka kuleli cala.
No, what I think, my Lord, indicates the suspicion of the involvement of accused 3 is the issues that I've dealt with. I've indicated, my Lord, the issues of the firearm, the issues of the dreadlocks, the issue of the clothing, without repeating. These related really to linkages, my Lord. Because the court will recall, my Lord, after the statement of these accused 1 and 2 were obtained, where, and I've said this, my Lord, Ms. Kelly Kumalo was identified as a trigger point. One needed to investigate the linkages, whether you can confirm, you can corroborate what is being said by objective evidence. So this is one of the pieces of evidence that we found in terms of this bag of money that is appearing between her and accused number 3, my Lord.
Lezi thombe lezi njengoba sengichazile besichaza ukuthi umsolo wesithathu yena ukhumana kanjani nalabanye ngoba bengithela ukukhumana kuyabonakala ukuthi uyena wasusa yonke lento. Manje okusho ukuthi besifuna ukuzama ukukhombisa ukuthi baqhumana kanjani nalabo abanye nomsolo wesithathu.
So do I then understand you to say that despite those pictures being found in Kelly Kumalo's phone, similar pictures being found in Kelly Kumalo's phone, accused number 3's phone, and Longetwala's phone, that was just for purposes of investigation?
Manje ushuthi ke utholakala lezi thombe efonini ka umsolo wesithathu efonini ka Kelly Kumalo nekalongethwala bekudingeka nje ukuthi nikwazi ukuphenya.
My Lord, investigation, as I've said yesterday, is a systematic way of finding the truth. That's what I was busy with at that stage, and that's what we found. And so are the other things that we discovered. So it was discovered during the investigation process. And the interest that sparked that desire or that interest to pursue that investigation was triggered by the confessions which were made by accused 1 and 2, where Ms. Kumalo was then mentioned. Now when her name is being mentioned and it seems to be indicating that there is a communication between Ms. Kumalo and the perpetrators, as I've said, my Lord, you need to corroborate that evidence, and that is where now the search embarked on, and these discoveries were then discovered, my Lord. So it was not just an exercise that had no direction. It was to corroborate and find evidence if indeed it does exist.
Uphenya indlela ehlelekile yokuzama ukuthola ulwazi oluthize. Futhi ke ukutholakala kwalezi thombe kwalezi zinto lezi kusuka lapha ekutheni sathi kwaphuma phela ukwamukela icala ngomsolo weqala nowesibili. Manje fanele sihlole ukuthi lokhu kusihola ngoba ekwamukeleni kwabe icala baliveza igama lika Kelly Kumalo. Manje sifanele sitholisise kahle ukuthi manje uKelly Kumalo uxhumana kanjani nomsolo wesithathu yikho ke manje bese sifuna ukuthi siveze sithole izinto ezisizayo ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibekise kahle ukuthi baxhumana kanjani.
Now, let me put it this way, sir. In view of your explanation now, did you ever find a link between accused number 3 and Longethwala in view of those photos?
Manje lezi ithombe zangisiza yini ukuthi nikwazi ukubona ukuthi baxhumana kanjani umsolo wesithathu noLongethwala?
My Lord, as I've explained, the linkages, the investigation of cell phones was led by Colonel Steyn. And according to his report and what he told me when I said the report, is that there was a linkages between the three in terms of these photos. This is Longethwala, accused 3, and Miss Kelly Kumalo. That's what was communicated to me, my Lord.
Manje njengoba bese ngishilo-ke uColonel Steyn uyena-ke uchwepheshe okwazi wahlaziya konke lokhu akwakuphuma lapha emafonini. Uyena owakwazi ukuthi agcine esizele ukuthi sibone ukuthi kukhona ukuxhumana phakathi umsolo wesithathu noLongethwala noKelly Kumalo.
Thank you. Colonel Steyn came and testified here, but according to you, he told you that as a result of similar photos being found in the cell phone gadgets of these 3 people, then that proves linkage. Did he tell you how did that linkage happen? How except for the phones being found in their cell phones, similar photos being found in their cell phones. How did this linkage happen?
Manje uColonel Steyn wangichazela ukuthi ngaphandle kwalezi ithombe ezatholakala emafonini abo ezifanayo wangichazela ukuthi lokuxhumana kwakwenzeka kanjani.
No, my Lord. He's an expert in his field. It's the same as you when you get a report from a ballistic expert. If he says there's a link, I can't say he must show me all the margins because I'm not an expert. Same with the fingerprint expert. You look for the results of their findings. So Colonel Steyn explained to me that there's a link and it is included in his statement and I couldn't take it further than that. I don't think, my Lord, I had even expertise to actually ask him to take me through the details of it, my Lord.
uColonel Steyn uyena uchwepheshe nanoma esinikele umbiko kodwa ke akosho ukuthi umengibikele ngifike ngibuze konke ngalombiko wakho ukuthi lokhu nalokhu kuhlangana kanjani. Mina ngithathe nje lokho ayengibikela kona ukuthi kukhona ukuxhumana. Kuyafana nokuthi ochwepheshe ngokuhlola inhlamvu zebhama ngimbuza bese nginika umbiko ukuthi manje lo mugqa lona usho ukuthini la mugqa lona usho ukuthini unginika nje umbiko uzokwazi ukuthi ungisize emsebenzini wami. So ke abengadingi ukuthi angitshele konke lokho anginike kona ukuthi kukhona ukuxhumana bekulingene.
So I'm simply saying, my Lord, I think Colonel Steyn, he'll be in a better position to explain those links because he's an expert, my Lord.
Engishoyo ukuthi uColonel Steyn uyena ongaba ngcono ukuthi alethe incazelo engcono ethe ukuthi qaqa kancane ngoba uyena uchwepheshe kuloko.
Thank you. I recall that there was a point when you were requested by the court to read into record Colonel Steyn's affidavit that was subsequent to me asking you. Actually, that was subsequent to you having said that Colonel Steyn told you that there was a link between accused number 3 and Kelly Kumalo. Then I think I then objected. I'm just trying to give a background of that situation. I then objected, but then the court, in his discretion, then requested you to go to that specific aspect of the affidavit where Colonel Steyn says that there's a linkage between accused number 3 and Kelly Kumalo. Do you still remember that scenario?
Sakhumbula yena ukuthi wacela ukuthi ufunde i-affidavit kaColonel Steyn echaza ukuthi kukhona ukuxhumana phakathi umsolo wesithathu noKelly Kumalo. Inkantolo ke yagcina ke isithe hamba uye lapho kule lapho kubhalwe khona la kubonakala khona ukuthi ubhale echaza ukuthi kukhona lokuxhumana phakathi kwalabo ababili.
I do recall, my Lord.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Thank you. Now, the gist of that scenario was that you had mentioned that there was a communication between Kelly Kumalo and accused number 3, and that was on record. I just not so sure whether I brought that record. Let me just quickly look at it. May I be afforded an indulgence, but just to quickly look at it. Thank you. Yes. On the 8th of November 2024, when you were being cross-examined by Mr. Ramusipili, it was in the cross-examination of Mr. Ramusipili. This is what you said. I'm going to start to read from page 68, the transcribed record of the 8th of November 2024. I'm reading it from line 20, page 68. From line 20, page 68. This is what is happening. A question that came from Mr. Ramusipili, otherwise advocates evidence. Then the court comes in and says, wait, I do not understand. You are asking a question. You are obliged to answer the question pertaining to your investigation. And then Mr. Kininda, that's now yourself, yes, my lord. Then the court said, that is it, as you conducted it, so that the court can appreciate too. You cannot tell me that you disclose this piece of evidence, but you will not disclose this piece of evidence. What should I do about the rest of your evidence then? Then yourself, being Mr. Kininda, then respond. You say, I understand, my lord. My lord. So the other aspect that I did not touch on is that there is the report that I got, and it is contained in one of Colonel Stein's statements. There's a link between, let me say, communication between Ms. Kelly Kumalo and accused number 3. In a nutshell, I just do not know how Colonel Stein phrased it, but he established the link between accused 3 and Kelly Kumalo other than accused number 5. Then, Mr. Ramusipili, let us go to, and then myself, as it pleases the court, my lord, yeah. This is not an objection. That's now me saying that. This is not an objection, man. It is just a clarification. So the information relate, I need to understand it correct. So what Brigadier Kininda is saying there, the further information that is not disclosed to the court as per the indistinct, it is that the statement of Stein actually says that there was a link between accused 3 and Kelly Kumalo. That is the information that I need, that it need not be disclosed to court, according to him. I just want to follow that statement. Then the court says, are you able to explain, sir? And then you yourself are saying, yes, my lord. What I can explain is that a statement that I saw, and if it needs be, we can get into it, and I can read it verbatim. There is the statement of Colonel Stein links accused number 3 with Miss Kelly Kumalo. That is the essence of it. As to how he puts these terms, that is the part that I do not want to misquote him. But what is clear is that there's a link with Ms. Kelly Kumalo and accused number 3. Do you now follow?
My lord,
I'm sorry, maybe I need to give you this for an interpretation.
I think it can help.
Yes. I'm sorry, madam. Let me just indicate where I started. Sorry. I just want to show where I started. I started line 20, and then I ended here, page 70, from 68 to page 70. Yeah, I started here, and then I ended up here. Yeah. As it is the court, madam.
Kuthiwa ke lana ke uthi ke ubaba uRamsipidi ufakazi balomunye uadvocate inkantolo ke yasithi awumaume kancane khona into engingayizwisisi la ubuze umbuzo ufanele ukuthi uphendule umbuzo mayelana nophenyo lwakho. Useyaphendula ke uGininda uthi yebo Nkosi enkantolo. Emva kwalokho inkantolo yasithi yebo ilokho ukuthi wena wakuhambisa kanjani ukuze inkantolo izozwisisa nayo ukuthi ubuchaza ukuthini. Awukazi ukungitshela ukuthi kukhona lokho ofuna ukuveza phambi kwenkantolo kodwa kukhona lo obunye ubufakazi ongafuna ukuveza phambi kwenkantolo. Manje kufanele ngenzeni ke ngaloko obunye ubufakazi bakho? BabuKininda wasethi ngiyakuzwisisa Nkosi enkantolo kodwa ke kukhona ke ezinye izinto engingazithintanga kule umbiko le engutholile lokho kukhona lapha embikweni kaColonel Steyn statementini sakhe kukhona ke lapho ethi khona kukhona ukuxhumana phakathi kaKelly Khumalo nomsolo wesithathu. Usho ukuthi ke kafushane ke angazi ukuthi uColonel Steyn wayibeka kanjani kodwa ke wakwazi ukuthi abeke ukuthi kukhona ukuxhumana phakathi komsolo wesithathu noKelly Khumalo. Kusho ukuthi ke nanoma ke singamfaki lapho umsola wesihlanu kuqhubeka ke lapho wathi ke asithi uqhubeka phambili wathi uxolo kukhuluma ubaba uRamsipidi la and then ubaba umnisi wasethi ke hayi ke njengoba ithanda inkantolo uqhubekela phambili inkantolo yasiyabuza ukuthi uthini emva kwalokho ubaba umnisi usethi ke cha angifuni ukuphikisa bengifuna nje ukuthi kube nencazelo ezwakalayo ukuthi ke kukhona ulwazi olwadluliswa ngifuna ukuzwisisa kona lokho ukuze uBrigadier Gininda lokakusho ukuthi kukhona ulwazi olunye oluqhubekela phambili olungazange luvezwe enkantolo manje lapho kuyabonakala ukuthi achaza ukuthi kusho ngani. Kuthiwa ke maqhubekela phambili ithi ke ilesi statement sika Steyn sishoyo ukuthi kukhona ukuxhumana phakathi komsolo wesithathu noKelly Khumalo. Kulolu ulwazi esifanele lulethwe la enkantolo njengoba ke yena ke echazile. Ngifuna ukulandelisisa kahle istatement ukuthi sisho ukuthini. Unkosi enkantolo siyabuza ke ithi uyakwazi ukuchaza yini lokho? Brigadier Gininda usiyaphendula uthi yebo Nkosi enkantolo engingakuchaza nje ukuthi istatement leso ngasibona futhi ke uma kuukuthi yadingeka singaya sotholakala lesi statement ngaphinde futhi ngisifunde kusho ukuthi ngisho istatement ska Colonel Steyn lapho ke siqhuma khona umsolo wesithathu no Kelly Khumalo yikona ke nje ngifuna ukuchaza lokho and ukuthi ke wena wabeka kanjani lapha statement isithini sakhe okunye koloko engingakwazi ukuthi engingafisa ukuthi ngingakubeki ngendlela ezophikisana nalendlela ayibeke ngayo yena kodwa ke okukhona ukuthi ke kukhona ukuxhumana phakathi kwaKelly Khumalo nomsolo wesithathu. Is the court pleases?
My Lord, I think the record says exactly what I've been saying. It simply says that I've said there is a link, not a communication. I think where we seems to not to be finding each other with Advocate Munisi is when he uses the term linkages. Communication instead of linkages. And I've explained this again, my Lord, yesterday, where I said when we came to this exercise, it was arising from the questions that were coming from Mr. Ramsipili, where he was taking me through my statements. And when you go to the paragraph where I said there is a link between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and accused 3 and 5, he then asked me specifically, what linkages are you talking about? Not communication, linkages. And it arises from all the way down, my Lord. So I've always said that it's linkages. And the exercise that we embarked upon on the statement of Colonel Steyn on page 41 proves exactly that, my Lord, because it says link between targets. Ms. Kelly Khumalo is there, but then there are various people that are there, including accused number 3, my Lord.
Bengizama ukuchaza kuyabonakala lapha kulesa state lokusanda ukufundwa kahle ukuthi mina ngithe kukhona ukuxhumana angishongo ukuthi kukhona ukukhulumisana engikushelo ukuthi kukhona nje ukuxhumana kuyabonakala ngoba ngaso sonke isikhathi mina mangikhuluma ngokuxhumana kuyakubekeke sengathi kuthiwa bekukhona ukukhulumisana into nje ebengichaza eyokuxhumana kungekona ukukhulumisana.
Thank you. I think it was a question of semantics. Now that you have explained it, it comes out very clear that it is basically a huge difference between communication and a link. You also mentioning that you were trying to explain that through the information that is contained on page 41 of Lieutenant Colonel Steyn. I would love us to go there. That is Exhibit 01.
Well, I don't have Exhibit 01, my Lord.
Okay, thank you. We are going to assist you with it. Don't worry.
Yes, my Lord.
Thank you. On page 41 on Exhibit 01.
Yes, okay, I have it in front of me, my Lord.
Yeah, you still remember that day as you were using that microscope, I even said that I'm unable to follow because the numbers here on this exhibit very small. Then I requested that it be beamed so that the accused can follow as well. I would also request the same indulgence, my Lord.
I recall, my Lord.
Thank you. There seems to be a technical glitch with the laptop. Apparently, it is frozen. He doesn't want to switch to on. Oh, okay. Is that wire there? Maybe the battery. There it is. Page 41. Thank you, sir. On page 41, there is this inscription there, page 41. I think it's really cool. Yeah. Thank you. Now, I don't want to lead you in respect of the linkage that you say Stein said it was there between accused number 3 and Kelly Kumalo. Now, that is this, what Stein that is what is contained in Stein affidavit in page 41 of his affidavit, that's now exhibit 01. Now, those are the links between the target As you go down that page, page 41, Stein then explains what is represented, what is contained in that diagram, schematic diagram there. But I'm not so sure whether you're able to relate what you're saying, that Stein told you that there was a link between accused number 3 and Kelly Kumalo in relation to what is contained in his affidavit. If you're able to do so, then you may proceed.
Kukhona lo mdwebo olapha ekhasini leka 41 la eza kukhonjwa khona ukuthi kukhona ukuxhumana phakathi koKelly Kumalo nomsolo wesithathu kule affidavit ka Colonel Stein. Kodwa ngicela ukuthi ke wena ungichazele kabanzana ukuthi lokuxhumana kwenzeka kanjani.
My lord, no, I can't. I'm not an expert, and that is why I said this right from the beginning, that I'm very cautious of trying to interpret this document, because I'm not qualified to do so.
Angeke ngikwazi ukwenza lokho ngoba ngiyena uchwepheshe. Yikho ngithi mina okudinga uchwepheshe ukuthi azosichazela ngalokho ngoba mina anginalo ulwazi olulingene ukuthi ngakwazi ukuthi ngichaze.
All I said, my lord, is that he gave me a report, and the report that he gave me, then he showed me in a statement, and it is here, links to targets. That's how far I can take it. In terms of interpretation, I'll be venturing in a terrain that I'm not qualified to do so, my lord.
Anginika kona mina wanginika umbiko ochazayo ukuthi kunokuxhumana ongikhombisa ukukhona ukuxhumana phakathi kwaloku naloku ukuthi ke kwenzeka kanjani. Hayi lapho ke angeke ngakwazi ukuthi ngichaze ngoba angiyena uchwepheshe.
Let me help you, sir. On page 41, it says links between the target, and there's this diagrammatic representation there. And then as you go down, it gives the analysis of what is represented in that diagram there. May we kindly please go down to the analysis? Or in other words, it's an analysis or a summary or information that is contained in the diagram in word form. Now, the first point says there's a contact between Kelly Kumalo, and then it lists that number and another cell phone number that allegedly belongs to Fisoguhle Ntuli Etinkani, not so. Do you see that?
Uyabona yini ukuthi khona la akhombisa khona ukuthi khona ukuthintana phakathi kwefoni kaKelly Kumalo nale kuthiwa ifoni kaFisoguhle Ntuli.
Do you see that?
My lord, I see that, but my difficulty with this, there is no heading or a sentence that says these bullet forms are interpreting what is contained above. And this is why I'm saying I don't want to venture into this, because then I'm being asked to speculate what these bullet forms are talking to in relation to this spider web. I am not the author of this, my lord, and otherwise then we'll be speculating and we might find ourselves not agreeing with Advocate Mnesi. Colonel Stein, I think, will be in a better position to deal with this document because he's the author. I was simply proving that what I was saying when I said there was a link, and I got a report from Colonel Stein. Here is it, it is documented. The interpretation of this, my lord, Colonel Stein is more qualified to deal with this part, my lord.
Mana sathi uKenneth Stein uyena ongakwazi ukuchaza kabanzana ukuthi lokho akubhalile lapha ezama ukuchaza ukuthi kwenzekani lapha kulowa mdwebo lo uyena ongachaza ngcono ukuthi kusho ukuthini lo. Mina ngiyena uchwepheshe, mina ngathola umbiko nje ochazayo ukuthi kwaba nokuxhumana ukudlula kuloko angikwazi ukuthi ngase ngoba ngizobe ngiqagela phela mase ngenza kanjalo.
Thank you, sir. What I am putting to you is exactly what Colonel Stein said. Colonel Stein said those bullet points represent an interpretation of what is contained in the diagrammatic representation there. So this is no speculation, that's what he said. Now, you are telling this court that he told you that there was a link between accused number 3 and Kelly Kumalo. And that is found in this link between the targets. Now I want us to go through that exercise to confirm what Colonel Stein told you about the link that was between accused number 3 and Kelly Kumalo by using this information in his affidavit.
Sifuna
Please, please, my lord. I think my learned friend has sufficiently threshed out this issue, not only today, but also on Wednesday, just before we adjourned. The witness has said that Colonel Stein's evidence is on record. I don't know whether counsel wants now Brigadier Gidina to interpret the evidence of Colonel Stein. It is on record. It's now for the parties to argue that point, to see if there's support for the evidence of Brigadier Gininda. But it cannot be expected of him now to try and interpret the evidence of Colonel Stein. He has repeatedly said he's not an expert. Colonel Stein, he's the one who's an expert, and he has testified about these issues. We submit, my lord, that it's an unfair question to Brigadier Gininda to keep on probing him on the same issues, in respect of which he's already said he's not an expert.
As it please the court, my lord. This is not about interpretation. It is what is contained in Colonel Stein's affidavit as raw as is. I'm not requesting this witness to interpret what is contained in Colonel Stein's affidavit. I'm simply requesting him to read what Colonel Stein is saying in his affidavit, whether, having read that, he is able to identify what he claims to have been said to him by Colonel Stein, that there was a link between accused number 3 and Kelly Khumalo. In other words, I am trying to assist this witness to find a collaboration, using his term, between what he was told by Mr. Stein and what Mr. Stein says in his affidavit. This is more to help him than to help me. I am trying to do that. I'm trying to help the state, just to find a collaboration.
This is clear.
Yes,
He says he's not an expert, and that document was drafted by Colonel Stein, who is the expert.
Yes,
And he says he doesn't want to speculate. But you, Mr. Nisi, you,
yes,
and together with your learned colleagues,
yes.
you persistently told this witness, don't venture into the field. You are not an expert. When he tried to explain, for instance, about the DNA evidence,
Correct,
you told him, you're not an expert, it's not your job.
I remember, my
Yeah,
lord.
you
It's
told him
actually
that.
me who was
Now you're saying,
pioneering that.
now he must do the same very job of when you told him that he's not an expert, he mustn't venture. It's not his duty. His duty is just to present evidence.
Yes.
And that's it. Now he says he's not able to read that document because it involves expertise
I see,
by
my lord.
Stein.
But, my lord,
Let's have progress, because he says he can't. And you are saying you are helping him.
yes, to help himself. I'm not saying to this witness, man, can you please explain to me what is happening here? I am saying to him, can you please read this, what is contained in Colonel Stein's affidavit? I'm not requesting him to give an opinion, to make conclusions, to draw inferences. No, I'm simply requesting him to read this as raw as is, man. Yeah. I'm reminded, my lord, by my colleague, Mr. Ramusipeli, that on the same vein, that it would be argued that this witness cannot read this into the record because he's not an expert. Mr. Ramusipeli reminds me that at one point or the other during the proceedings in this matter, the witness was requested to read into record certain portions of the expert evidence in relation to the DNA. Now I find it a little bit odd for this witness to come and say, no, I can't read that because I'm not an expert. He should have said the very same thing when he was requested to read to record the DNA results. And Mr. Ramusipili likes to say what is good for the gander should also be good for the goose. Whatever that means, it might mean what should then be happening here, my lord. But nonetheless, my lord, I understand the court to have ruled that this witness is not in a position to read into record here because of fear of speculation. I respectfully respect that ruling, my lord. Thank you, Brigadier Kininda. Let's proceed, but still on the same point. In the testimony of Mr. In the testimony of Colonel Stein, there was no information because he based every aspect of his evidence on what is contained in this affidavit. Nothing came out when he said that there was a link between accused number 3 and Kelly Khumalo. If it told you that, then it was very disingenuous of him to have told you that, knowing that that is not contained in his affidavit. Do you understand?
Ubufakazi bukaColonel Stein akukho lutho olutholakala lapha ku-affidavit yakhe oluchaza ukuthi ukuxhumana kukaKelly Khumalo nomsolwa wesithathu kuza kanjani.
My lord, I was not here when Colonel Stein testified. What I'm saying, and this is what I said the last time, my lord, when we were dealing with page 41, I referred not to bullet points. The report I got from Colonel Stein directed me to the spider web, and that's what I read the last time when it was beamed on the screen. And it is clear that the heading reads links between targets. Miss Kelly Khumalo is there. If you go down the web, you see the contact numbers of accused number 3 is mentioned, and even the number. That's how far I can take it. And to say, my lord, I cannot read the document, there's a difference between reading and interpreting. I can read, I said I don't have expertise to interpret what is contained here. That's why I said Colonel Stein is best vested with the abilities to deal with this part, my lord.
Thank you, sir.
Akukho ke lana engingakuchaza kabanzana ngoba ngalokuxhumana phakathi ngoba mina engakwenza nje ukuthi mina ngavele ngasebenzisa lo mdwebo lapha ngakukhombisa la kuthiwa khona ukuxhumana phakathi kweyinamba eyithize nenamba kamsolwa wesithathu nayo iyavela lapha. Kodwa ke mina la engafinyelela khona ukutheni ngingafunda nje kuphela, angeke ngikwazi ukuchaza lokho engikufundayo. Kodwa ngingakufunda lokho okukhona lapha kumbiko kaColonel Stein. uColonel Stein yena ongakwazi ukuthi achaze kangconywana ukuthi bezama ukuthini.
Thank you, sir. For the sake of completeness, this is what Colonel Stein said on page 41. He said he was able to identify that there was a contact between Kelly Khumalo and Fisoguhlenkani, and that is contained in the document, and he lists their cell phone numbers. That's number 1. Number 2, he says there was a communication between Fisoguhlentuli, in bracket Nkani, and Mthobisi Gadla Mncube. He also lists their cell phone numbers. Number 3, he says there was a communication between Mthobisi Gadla Mncube, Carlos, and Mabungu Ntuli. That is bullet number 3. Bullet number 4, he says he was able to identify, when he analyzed the calls or the phones, or the information, the 205 information that was handed to him by you, that there was a communication between Mabungu Ntuli, in brackets 2, and Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi. He also listed their cell phone numbers. Bullet number 5, he says he was also able to find that there was a communication between Fisoguhli Ntuli alias Nkani and Muziga Ukalelwa September Sibiya, who's accused number 1, also known as Muzi Stroke Ndo. That is his information relating to that diagrammatic representation there. And as I read this, there's nowhere where he says, I was able also to find a link, just to avoid using the word communication, to find a link between Mtobisi Mnube, that is accused number 3, and Kelly Kumalo. Do you follow?
Lana uthe ukwazile ukuthi akhombise kubullet yakhe yokuqala ukuthi akhombise ukuxhumana kwabantu ukuthi khona ama contact amathathu akhona lapho axhumanayo. Wesibili wasekhuluma ngokukhuluma phakathi kokusofisa okuhlentuna nogadla, waqhubeka wathi khona la ekhuluma khona ugadla Ncube noma Gungu Ntuli. Point yesine ukuthi wakwazi ukukhombisa ukuthi uMagungu wakwazi ukukhuluma nobongani, and kwase kubullet yesithathu owesihlanu wasekhombisa ukuthi kwakhona ukukhulumisana phakathi kwaFisokuhle Ntule noSibiya, kodwa kukho la ekhombisa khona ukuthi kukhona ukuxhumana phakathi kukaMsolwa wesithathu nabanye.
My Lord, as I've said, and I think I dealt with this part, where I said my understanding there's a difference between linkages and communication. The bullet points that have been read refers to communication. And I've explained, my Lord, that my understanding of the report I got referred to linkages. And that is why, my Lord, I said the best person who can deal with this is really Colonel Stein. Because if you look at the diagram above, where he says links to target, the number of Ms. Kelly Kumalo appears and the number of accused appears. But I'm not an expert to refer to, to interpret this. And he says links. Bullet points that are read to me refers to communication, and understand communication to be a call, whether received or made or whatever forms of communication direct. I understand links differently, but as I've said, my Lord, I'm not an expert, because I'll end up now misinterpreting this document, speculating where I was told I should not speculate in areas where I'm not an expert, and I would like to leave it at that, my Lord. As I said, Colonel Stein can interpret this document. All I said, after he gave me the report, it is contained in this exhibit, because there is a clear, it's even bolded, my Lord, links between targets. Ms. Kelly Kumalo is there and accused number 3 is there. If there's a dispute that what is contained here is not links, then Colonel Stein can be in a better position to explain that, my Lord.
Njengoba bese ngishilo-ke nangaphambili ukuthi khona umehluko phakathi kokuxhumana nokukhulumisana, ngoba mina indlela engiyizwisisa ngayo lento ukuthi uma kuthiwa i-communication noma ukukhulumisana kusho ukuthi-ke kukhona oshaya ucingo wathintana nomunye ngocingo, kodwa-ke lapha kunemdwebo lokhona lapha kuyabonakala ukuthi lana, ngoba phela lana phela bekukhulunywa ngokuxhumana kuphela, kodwa kuyabonakala ukuthi kukhona ukuxhumana okukhona, futhi kuyabonakala ukuthi nalumuqa lo obhaliwe lapha ukhombisa lo ukuxhumana, uyabona ukuthi ubhalwe waze wagcizelelwa, ngoba kufuna kubonakale kahle ukuthi uzama ukuchaza ukuthi kukhona ukuxhumana, ngoba ilona ifoni kaMsolwa wesithathu iyakhonjiswa lana, nesifoni kaKelly Kumalo iyakhonjiswa lapha. Kodwa-ke mina angeke ngakwazi ukuthi ngiqhubekele phambili ngithi ngiyazama ukuletha incazelo ezozwakala, ngoba ngizogcina ngiqagela. Ingcono kubizwe uchwepheshe okuyena ongakwazi ukuchaza.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Brigadier. Now, you, subsequent to taking over of the investigation by you, you requested that accused number 3's cell phone should be downloaded, and subsequent to that too, that was done. And there were pictures that are shown in those downloads of him wearing certain clothes on the 26th of October 2014. We have seen that many times here at court, not so?
Laphaya ke emva ukuthi uthathe kube wena oqhubeka nalomsebenzi lo ukuphenya wacela ukuthi akudownload ifoni kaMsolo wesithathu nekulezi ithombe ke ezaphuma lapho khoma isithombe othi kuthiwa sikamhla 26 ku October 2014 lapho egqoke izembatho ezithize.
Yes, when I was present, my lord, giving testimony, I've seen those pictures. When I was not, obviously, but I've got no doubt, as Advocate Nisi is saying, that they may have been shown on numerous occasions, but I wouldn't know, I was not here. I can only refer to instances when I was in court, my lord.
Ngangingekho enkantolo ngesikhathi kukhonjiswa lezi zinto enkantolo kodwa ngiyethemba ukuthi uba umnisi lezi zinto akhuluma ngazo zikhona angakwazi ukusikhombisa.
Yeah, I'm referring to Exhibit S. I'm referring to Exhibit S. Thank you. I'm referring to Exhibit S. We can go to page 12 of Exhibit S. Page 12, 17 will do as well, but let's go to page 12.
Yes,
Thank you.
I have it in front of me, my lord.
Thank you. Now, one of the reasons why you say after the confession, after you found the content of the confession allegedly made by accused number 2, you were then you then formulated a viewpoint. I don't want to say you were satisfied. You then formulated a viewpoint that because the witnesses in their house identify the gun toter as somebody who was wearing a beige top, then you had a look at these pictures and then you got you formulated a view that that could have been accused number 3. Did I understand you to mean that?
Emva ukuthi ke uthole ke i-confession kaMsolo wesibili nokuthi ulaleleke ubufakazi nolwazi walinika abasolwa naloko okusho ofakazi ababengaphakathi endlini ukuthi umsolwa lo wayephethe isibhamu wayephethe ke wayegqoka ingubo enjani nowakubona lapha ethombeni kusho ukuthi lokho kwakuhola umsolwa wesithathu.
So, my lord, the witnesses, yes, so what I found, so I will regard this as one of the corroborations that I found, that was that, but it was a number of items or points that one found insofar as accused number 3. But insofar as clothing is concerned, other witnesses are saying beige or brown jacket, and others are specific to say it was a khaki top. So yes, when I found this picture, I viewed this top, my lord, as a top and khaki, because there are other pictures where you can see accused 3 almost from the top to the bottom, where you can see that this is actually a top and there's a trouser underneath.
Khona-ke ubufakazi obuningi obukhona esasebhekile akubona bodwa lo bufakazi bodwa obasikhomba obunye nje bufakazi esabusebenzisa ukuthi sikwazi ukufinyelela lesinqumo sokuthi uyasoleka umsolo wesithathu. Kodwa-ke futhi kukhona nabanye abafeza phela umbala, abanye babethu beige, abanye biza eminye imbala, kodwa-ke kukhona abagcina bethi cha lento ayigqokile top ewukhakhi, kodwa-ke sikhona ezinye-ke iy'thombe engazibheka, ngathi uma ngibheka ngabona ukuthi lana cha i-top kukhona la ifike iphelele khona. Uma usubona isithombe somuntu esiphelele kuyabonakala ukuthi le nto le esiyibhekile lana kwakuyi-top.
Thank you. Now, having received the information as contained in Exhibit S, which is in the form of these pictures that are depicting what accused number 3 is wearing in those pictures, did you go back to the witnesses who were in the house, who are describing what he was wearing, to them to find out if what is depicted in Exhibit S, in the photos in Exhibit S, which depict what accused number 3 is wearing, to find out if this is what they saw on the day in question?
Manje-ke lapha-ke emva kokuthi uthole ulwazi oluthola ngomsolo wesithathu ney'thombe kwazikhipha lapha efonini yakho, wambona waphinde wabuyela yini kufakazi laba abakutshela ukuthi wayegqoke kanjani lo muntu abambona, waphinde waphiyela yini kubona bakhombisa iy'thombe wathi iyona yini le nto nayibona?
No, my lord, but that point goes back to what we dealt with Advocate Mnisi, with the issue of an identity parade. Court will recall, my lord, that I said after the confessions were received from both accused, the name of Ms. Kelly Kumalo as a trigger point came in. Now, while you investigate, obviously, the people who are implicated, in that investigation, I also had to investigate the people who were inside the house to see if you can find a collaboration. You cannot now, sitting with that information that implicates, for example, Ms. Kelly Kumalo, and you run to her when you have not exhausted as to whether she's involved or not. You can't, my lord. That's not how it's done. So there was an investigation that needed to be done insofar as the people who were inside the house to see if, other than Ms. Kelly Kumalo is being mentioned, there are collaborations that you can find to exclude or to include them if they were involved or otherwise, my lord. So that was not done, and I think the exercise is because there was an investigation to establish whether there were links with Ms. Kelly Kumalo, but not only her, as to whether maybe other people inside the house could have played a role, with a common understanding of executing this offense. So that took time. By the time then we were exhausted and satisfied that these are the people we can rely on, that is when now the approach to Mr. Mtokosi Sitwala and Tumelo Madlala then kicked in, my lord. So this was not done, and those were the reason why it was not done, my lord.
Lokho engizamchaza ukuthi lapha ku-ID parade kukhona okwavela khona ngoba ekuqhubekeni nokuthi siphenge kwavela negama likaKenny Khumalo, and futhi-ke thina-ke sasizama ukuthi nanoma sesitholile ukuthi kukhona ukuxhumana kwaKenny Khumalo, sasifanele sitholisise ukuthi lokho kuxhumana ngaliphi, ngoba ababekhona endlini sasingezivele sithathe ngokuthi bayathinteka noma lalaba abanye bayathinteka noma bathintekile. Okufanele kube nophenyo oluphelele oluzozama ukuveza ukuthi bangena kanjani kule ndawo.
Yes, my lord, that's my answer.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, Realize that we left with a minute or two before we go for a short adjournment. I would request that we adjourn the session and proceed after the short adjournment. It's 13 minutes past 11.
Okay, so
Thank you, ma'am.
15 minutes.
Brigadier, you saying one of the pointers that accused number 3, or let me say according to you, one of the many pointers that accused number 3 was involved in the commission, or actually was the trigger man, is because of the fact that he was wearing a top that was beige or khaki or cream white in color.
Manje kuthi-ke wena-ke engeke ezinkomba-ke ezikhombisa ukuthi umsolo wesithathu uyena owayephethe isibhamu ukuthi wayegqoke i-top lena ekuthiwa umbala wayo uyi-beige.
So I'm saying, my lord, if you look at, maybe let me explain it from the beginning so that we are clear. If you look at the statements of the people who were inside the house, they said the person, and that is why I refer to the description they give, that the person who was armed with a firearm and who had a struggle with the deceased, they described that person of having a dreadlocks and then wearing, others are saying beige, brown, or khaki jacket. You know, you get different description. And I'm saying, if you look at this photo number 12, there was that collaboration in that regard in terms of the khaki jacket. So so that's what I said before we adjourned for tea time.
Manje-ke engizama ukuchaza-ke yilokhu ukuthi labantu-ke ababese iy'tatimende zalabantu laba ababesendlini nabasho ukuthi ubani lo wayephethe isibhamu nalo owahelezisana nokubambana nomufi yilona owayenama-dreadlocks futhi nowayegqoke leli bhantshi leli eliwukhakhi njengoba kubona angithi leli bhantshi ilona lelibonakala esithombeni unumber 12 sokuthi umuntu lapho ugqoke ibhantshi eliwukhakhi.
Thank you, Brigadier. You just indicated that you never went back to the witnesses after receipt of these photos to confirm with them what is depicted on these photos, not so?
No, I didn't, my lord.
Uthe zangiphindele kubofakazi laba ukuthi uyoqinisekisa lokho abebekusho usuphethe lezi zinto bathi cha angizange ngiye.
Thank you, Brigadier. So that basically means that you never went back to them and asked them what kind of a jacket that he was wearing, whether it was a sweater, whether it was a lumber, whether it was a formal jacket, whether it was a hoodie, whether it was a leather jacket, etc., etc. Never went back to find out from them. When you're saying a jacket, what kind of a jacket was it? Not so.
Kusho ukuthi awuzangiphindele kubona labantu wayobabuza ukuthi lento oyigqokile kwakuyijezi noma kwakuyilamba noma kwakuyibhantshi noma kwakuyibhantshi elenziwe ngesikhumba leyo kuthiwa uyileather. Kusho awuzangiphindele wayoqinisekisa lokho.
My lord, as I've said, perhaps that question I've said, yes, I didn't go back to them, but one needs to look at the investigation that we're embarking on in its entirety, not in isolation. There were already statements, and some of the witnesses gave more than one statement describing clearly, my lord, what was the intruder wearing. I come in on board to take over this investigation in 2018, where I'm assigned to lead. I have all the facts before me in terms of what is contained in the statement. But in addition, when now the focus is now on the 5 accused, I already have, particularly when we're dealing with accused number 3, a confession, my lord, HH1 and JJ1. So you get that collaboration. So it's not an isolated. I'm getting this question to be saying, for example, my lord, if it was an early stage where I'm an initial investigator, and now this accused person, suspect, is then or becomes on our line of sight, yes, I think then you will embark on the approach that Advocate Mnisi is asking me. But it's different where I came in. It was 2018, 6 years later. There were statements made by the people who were inside the house explaining how the intruders were dressed. But further to that, my lord, you now had exhibit HA, HH, and JJ implicating all the 5 accused, including accused 3.
Uma ufuna ukuyizwisisa kahle le ndaba ufanele ubheke konke ubheke ngoba ufanele sibheke uphenyo lonke singabheki nje izinto ezithile ngoba phela njengoba ngisho nje bese kukhona nestatement ezalethwa ezichazayo ukuthi kwenzekani ngalolu suku manje kufanele ubheke konke ukuthi yini eyabekwa yini esayithola ngoba emva mase mina sengingena lapha kwasekukhona nane statement sokwamukela icala esasikhona so ukwazi ukuthi uvele uthathe into eyodwa ucaphuna into eyodwa nje ngoba mina ngathatha lolu phenyo ngo-2018 sekudlule iminyaka eyisithupha manje ke zasisezikhona ney'tatimende zonke ezichazayo kodwa okunye okusemqoka la ukuthi-ke kwasekukhona-ke nokwamukela icala lapha ku-HH no-JJ.
But furthermore, my lord, one will remember that the issue of identification once happened, where we dealt with it yesterday, where someone was identified, arrested, and later found to be a wrong person. I don't think it would have been a wise decision for me to follow that same route, where now, because someone says this is a person, now you want to go to those people. By the way, you were still under investigation in order to collaborate or dispute what was being said. And now you follow that same route of using the ID parade, my lord. It's not the option that I would have followed, my lord.
Futhi-ke uqhubekela phambili ukuthi angithi kwasekukhona nomuntu owayekhonjiwe waseboshwa kwagcina sekutholakala ukuthi lo muntu kwakungeyena manje ngibona ngathi kwakungeke kulungu ukuthi nami ngivele ngilandele le ndlela le yokuphenya ababeyenzile yokuthi basebenzise ID parade ngoba kuyabonakala ukuthi ibingengisize kakhulu.
And I'm saying at this stage, my lord, when this album was made to me, was made available to me, my lord.
Ngisho ukuthi ngalesi sikhathi-ke i-album lena ingase ngikwazi ukuyifinyelela.
That's my answer, my lord.
Thank you. Thank you, Brigadier. One of the witnesses who was in the house described the kind of a jacket that the gun toter had as a jacket with a woolen collar. I'm not so sure whether you are aware of that description.
Angazi noma yazini ukuthi kukhona omunye ofakazi ababelapha endlini owathi uma echaza-ke i-top noma ibhantshi leli ligqoke ilo okuthiwa wayephethe isibhamu uthi-ke la ngenhla kwayo kwakukhona-ke into engathi yenziwe ngovolo iwuli ngesilungu.
My lord, although I cannot paste the exact statement, I seem to recall that I may have come across such, my lord, and that is why I said some were even saying beige, brown, but others were saying khaki. That is why I'm saying, my lord, when you look at the description, you need to look at the evidence holistically. So you don't look, if you look at one puzzle, you may not find what we found at the end. So it's one puzzle, but you investigate, and as you investigate, you get corroborating evidence that gives a clear picture at the end of the day. But yes, when you look at the description that was given by the people who were inside the house, even the color, my lord, is not consistent. Not all of them are saying khaki. Others are saying brown, beige, then you get khaki, and then possibly what Advocate Nisi is saying. But at the end of the day, when sight was set on this accused, my lord, corroborating evidence other than the color was then found. And I've mentioned some of the things that we found other than the top that is wearing, my lord.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa lokho kodwa-ke kuningi obekufanele kubhekwe ngoba phela ofakazi mabeletha ubufakazi kukhona la uthola khona ukuthi bayehluka omunye wathi uma echaza lo mbala lo wami uthi ubeige omunye athi ubrown omunye athi ukhaki manje kufanele ufune nezinye izinto ezingakwazi ukuthi zisize ukuthi zilethe isithombe esiphelele so ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sitholisise kahle ukuthi lo muntu lona impeleni kwakuwumuntu onjani ngeke sivele nje sithi no sizothatha lo mbala noma sithathe lo mbala ngoba-ke kugcina-ke kutholakala ukuthi abantu babona ngey'ndlela ezehlukene ezingakwazi ukuthi zigcine zikhiphe umbala wodwa manje kufanele ukuthi sithole nezinye izinto ezizokwazi ukuthi zilekelele ubufakazi esibutholayo.
But furthermore, my lord, one should not also be ignorant of the assertion that was made by JJ1 and HH and JJ. One could not be ignorant of that fact that if that assertion is correct to say the trigger point is the person mentioned there, then one needs to be cautious of what that person says when he speaks to the police.
and futhi ke uqhubekela phambili asikwazi ukuthi sizibe lo okulapha ku J na ku HA ukuthi nokuthi ke sifanele sibheke ukuthi yini le ayisho lona umese iyotshela amaphoyisa.
Yes, my lord, that's my answer.
Thank you. A very quick one on your constant reference to Exhibit HH and JJ. As this was a prosecutor-led investigation, I have reasons to believe that it must have been brought to your attention that there are rules that are governing the applicability, there are rules of law that are governing the applicability of the operation of a confession insofar as co-perpetrators are concerned, not so?
Masibuyela ke lapho ku HH lo JJ njengoba ushilo ukuthi kowayehola uphenyo kakhulu kwaku umshushisi angazi noma yazi ukuthi kukhona imithetho imigomo nemibandela esetshenziswayo mayelana nokuthathwa ke kwe-statement zokwamukela icala.
My lord, we didn't get there, and I don't think it was necessary. I am aware that you can't use the confession, for example, of accused two. It can't be admissible on the other accused. That I'm aware. But it does not mean, my lord, you cannot collaborate and follow what is mentioned in that confession. That's a different approach, my lord.
Ngiyazi ukuthi ke kukhona imithetho elandelwayo njengokuthi ke awukwazi ukuthi uthathe i-statement sikamsolo wesibili sokwamukela icala ebese ke usisebenzisa kulabanye abasolo kodwa ke akusho ukuthi sifanele siqhubeke sizibe okwashiwo noma kwavela kuleso statement kodwa ke kufanele siqhubekele phambili siphenye ukuthi lokho okushiwo lapha kungaba yilo yini iqiniso.
Thank you, Prudati. Prudati, you would also agree with me that that government, I'll refer to it as a government, that is depicted in photo number 12 of Exhibit O. And yes, that also depicts it being worn by accused number 3. It could not have been the only garment that was produced in the market of clothes, which is of a similar nature, not so?
Kusho nje masibheka ke lento egqokwe lapha ethombeni lapha isithombe ses-12 egqokwe umsolo wesithathu akuyona into eyenzwa iyodwa vo ilaba abathungayo bakhona nezinye ezathungwa sadayiswa kunjalo.
I don't have stats with me, my lord, but common sense would tell me that it cannot be the only one. They would have manufactured, I think, perhaps even different sizes of this. But that is that's not a point of what we relied on when we investigated. A certain color of a top, my lord, which was worn by the perpetrator that had a firearm, was mentioned. And in addition to that, the issue of dreadlocks was mentioned. In addition to that, my lord, you get then other corroborating evidence in terms of statements that we've obtained. Advocate Miss is aware of that, and that is why I also referred to JJ and HH. When you take that, my lord, it drives you to say this corroborates with what was said in addition by the witnesses who were inside the house. So you can't take it alone and say this is the color, because it's not a standalone piece of evidence, my lord. It's supported by the other evidence.
Yebo, umbala ke into statistics iyachaza ukuthi into ayikwazi ukwakhiwa iyodwa. Ngiyacabanga futhi ukuthi wathi nje uma bakhale lento eyayigqokwe umsolwa bangaba bezakhe zabo kwaba no size abehlukile and futhi iningi la edayiswa khona kodwa ke asibhekanga kuphela umbala walento ebegqokwe ilokuthiwa wayephethe isibhamu sabheka nokunye futhi nokuthi kwakhona nalokho kwama-dreadlocks saphinde sahamba nakobunye ubufakazi esibutholayo nezitatimende njengoba-ke ngimphathile u-HA no-JJ kodwa-ke into esemqoka ukuthi sasizama ukuthi sithole ukuthi bobufakazi lobo obutholakalayo noma izinto esizitholayo zikwazi ukuthi zivumelane zixhasane ekusiletheneni isithombe sokuthi kungabe kubani.
Yes, my lord. That's my answer.
Thank you, Brigadier. I quite agree with you there. I think you're referring to the totality or the cumulative effect of factors that you had to consider. I quite agree with you on that one. Thank you. Now, in the same vein, that people in the House said that the gun toter had dreadlocks, you would agree with me that so many people out there do wear dreadlocks, not so?
Ngivumelana nawe-ke nokuthi kufanele uthi masibheka sibheke ubufakazi obuphelele bubonke kodwa-ke ngicela ukuthi-ke ngibuze ukuthi siyavumelana yini nokuthi-ke baningi abantu ababa nama-dreadlocks.
My lord, we totally agree that there are many out there. However, I don't have any other of those people whom it is alleged on Cleveland 9/6 of 2015 that he was found in possession of a certain firearm, and that firearm was then linked to the bullet that was discharged at this crime scene. The only person that has been linked to that firearm is accused number 3.
Yebo ngiyavuma kodwa-ke akubona bonke labantu abanama-dreadlocks engingathiwa batholakala benesibhamu and isibhamu-ke sikwazi ukuthi siqhunywe nale zinhlamvu ezatholakala endaweni yesigameko umsola wesithathu kuphela kanjalo.
Thank you. Now, that statement that it was accused number 3 who got in, was found in possession of the firearm that was allegedly linked with the sin, that is your confession, not so? As when you investigated this matter, not so?
That is not correct. We have Sergeant Dlamini and Masondo who testified, as well as Lieutenant Colonel Mangena. In other words, it's not the opinion of this witness.
As it is the court, my lord, the court would remember that on the previous occasion in this very same trial, when the same statement was made, I cautioned this witness that determination as to who was in possession of that firearm is yet to be made by this court. So for this witness to say it was accused person who was found in possession of this firearm is a bit misplaced, because finally that determination has got to be made by this court, which is the reason why I am saying to him, based on his investigation, it was accused number 3 that allegedly was found in possession of that firearm. We're still busy with allegations now. That is basically my line of cross-examination on this witness.
My colleague reminds me that Advocate Misi did admit that that firearm belongs to accused number 3. We're trying to find that relevant portion in the record.
That is again misplaced, my lord. Whether or not the firearm that was found in possession of accused number 3 is the firearm that is linked with the sin where Senzo Meyiwa was killed, it's a factor that will ultimately have to be decided upon by this court after hearing evidence. So it can thus not be simply said that because that firearm was allegedly found in possession of accused number 3, then all of a sudden, even before the court makes a finding, then we are speaking of the fact that that firearm is the one that is linked with the sin. I think that is where me and the state and everybody that represents the state differ in terms of what the law says, my lord. We cannot, right in the midst of a trial, state it as a matter of a fact that it is this firearm that was linked with the scene, when that aspect is still being investigated and it has to be decided at the end of it all, my lord. That is where my point is.
Well, without belaboring the point, the witness says that's what the evidence so far has established. You know, there's nothing wrong in the witness advancing that, you know, that proposition that the evidence establishes that a firearm was found in accused number 3's possession. That firearm is linked to a fired bullet that was found on the scene, according to the evidence of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena. There's nothing wrong in that one.
That is argument, my lord. That is the argument that me and the state will have to come and present to the court with a view to try and with a view to try and convince the court whether or not it is that firearm. The state is going to come and say the court should find that it is that firearm, and I'll be standing here trying to convince the court that it is not that firearm, my lord, despite the fact that it could have been found in possession of accused. So, but the issue is to say now, in the middle of the determination, in the middle of advancing evidence, therefore, we should then conclude that it is that firearm. It's misrepresentation of fact of its superlative degree, my lord. Which is the reason why I am saying to this witness that when you are saying that the firearm, except for these all other pointers that you tried to investigate that would link accused number 3 to the commission of this offense, the fact that you are saying the firearm was found in his possession, it's your opinion. Because I am basically saying it could be your opinion as per your investigation, because that determination is still being busy with. We have not concluded on that aspect. The court might find otherwise. That is basically what I'm saying, my lord. I'm not so sure whether. So, there's still a lot of evidence that will still have to come, my lord. The court will recall that, and Mr. Ramsipili is reminding me, very respectfully, my lord, that we're also having our own ballistic expert on that issue. So it is very premature. Not only very premature, it is non-existent at this stage of the trial to say that that firearm is linked, that the firearm that was found in possession of Mr. Mube is the one that is linked with the scene where the deceased was killed. I'm just sounding a word of caution, my lord. That is what procedure is all about. I'm not so sure whether I need to proceed, my lord.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm done with my submission.
Okay, yeah, right.
Thank you, my lord. The question was, when you say, I'm well aware of the fact that there's been an objection. So I'm not so sure whether the objection is upheld or the objection has not been upheld. But nonetheless, when you say that the firearm that was linked with the scene was found in possession of accused number 3, up until this stage of the trial, that is still your own view in respect of investigation that you had. And so,
uma uthi wena isibhamu lesi sathola kala kumsolwa wesithathu yiso lesi sibhamu esasetshenziswa lapho. Lokho ke kusho ukuthi kusengaphambi kwesikhathi ukuthiwa phecelezi ngesilungu premature. Akuyona into esingamukelwa kuthiwe isiyamukela njengento eyenzeka. Kusho ukuthi lokhu indlela into engifuna ukuyichaza kwena ukuthi lokhu kuwumbono wakho nje kuphela.
My lord, no. And that is why when I was dealing with this part of the firearm, I've always been cautioned to mention Cleveland 96 of 2015, because that is where you find statements. It's a fact. We've disclosed that docket. And if I cannot refer to statements or statements of the people of the police officers rather who found the firearm, then I wouldn't know how to then to actually present this evidence, because that's how investigation led me to DivNet 96 of 2015. In that docket, statements are made where it is alleged, and I've used this term, but we didn't find each other well with Advocate Mnisi, that it is alleged that the firearm in question was found in possession of accused number 3. For that matter, my lord. Subsequent to us looking at this matter, and when it was tested, there was a scientific report, my lord, that is forensic evidence given to me, which says the firearm seized under this case number.
As it is the court, Brigadier Kininda, are you aware that my question was with regard to the dreadlocks, not the firearm?
No, but it's different now, my lord. It was asked differently. What I was asked now is that I was making my own conclusion to say the firearm that was found in position of number 2 is the one that discharged the bullet that was found at the crime scene. That we move from that part. That's my understanding of the last question, my lord.
Thank you.
And I was answering that last question, my lord.
Thank you. At the inception of my cross-examination to you, really not at the inception, but in the process of my cross-examination to you, you made mention of the fact that you approached towards Sitwala and Madlala, and can I read the paper now? But nonetheless, I think you said you approached him towards Twala and Mr. Madlala with a view to find out from them whether they would be able to attend an identification parade or not, and one of them told you about, actually it's Twala who told you that 50-50 he could be able to go there, but it's a 50-50 situation, and Madlala said to you he's not sure whether he'd be able to identify those people, not so?
So khumbula ukuthi wathi wena ukhuluma noMthozi Sithwala noMadlala ukuthi bangaya yini ukukhomba wathi cha hayi kungenzeka bangakwazi ukuthi bakwazi ukuphinde bamkhombe lo muntu akunjalo?
My lord, my recollection is that it is Mr. Madlala who said 50-50, but the essence of their statements, both of them, they said they were not sure. They didn't say they can identify, but they said they were not 100% sure that they will be able to do it. And statements to that effect were obtained and attached to the docket and disclosed, my lord.
Statement zatholakala kubona bechaza ukuthi abanaso isiqiniseko sokuthi bangaphinde bakwazi ukubakhomba. Ngicabanga ukuthi omunye wabo uyena wathi owakhuluma ngalo 50%, kodwa ke i-statement zabo zithi cha abanaso isiqiniseko esiphelele sokuthi sibangakwazi ukubakhomba.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, this is what Mthokozi Sithwala, the person that you spoke to, says in one of his affidavit. And I'm going to refer you to an affidavit that is marked A113. That was commissioned on the 14th of December 2017 in Durban by Abednego Shibiri. I don't know whether it's Shiburi or Shibiri. Shibiri, yes. 2017. And if I'm not mistaken, I heard you referring to Mr. Shibiri. I'm not so sure if this is the one.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you. Now, A113, an affidavit of Mthokozisi Twala. Now, this is information that we got from the state. Now, in paragraph 6, this is what it says. Let me just check if, just to give a bit of a background, I can't start it in paragraph 5. Okay, let us start in paragraph 5. He says, or let us start it in paragraph 4, actually in paragraph 4. He says from paragraph 4, I hereby wish to clarify, I hereby clarify that the guy who was carrying the firearm, who was at the front when he entered the house, he was carrying the firearm in his right hand. It's very clear. He demanded money and cell phones. I can't remember what language he used. I think he was speaking in isiZulu or Sesotho. Paragraph 5. I can't describe the firearm the suspect was carrying, as it happened fast and I was scared. The firearm was blackish in color. I could see the front portion of the firearm. Paragraph 6, this is what it says. The suspect didn't say much. He just demanded the cell phones and money. The suspect was wearing a hoodie jacket and the hoodie was covering his head. I could see the dreadlocks protruding through the hoodie near his ears. Paragraph 7. He says the suspect's complexion was in between light and dark. He was not more light or darker. I want to state further that when I say a gun or revolver, I mean the same thing. Meaning a handgun, I don't know the different types of firearm. That is the end of paragraph 7. But what I want to take you through there is what is contained in paragraph 6, where he says, the suspect didn't say much. The suspect didn't say much. He just demanded the cell phones and money. Suspect was wearing a hoodie jacket and the hoodie was covering his head. I could see the dreadlocks protruding through the hoodie near his ears. Now, when we received the case docket, having read this statement, did you have a consultation with Mr. Twala, with Mr. Mthokozisi Twala with regard to this description that is contained in paragraph 6?
Ngicela ukubuza ukuthi wahamba yini wayoxoxisana noMthokozisi Twala mayelana nalencazelo elethwa lapha ku-paragraph 6.
My Lord, yes. As I've said, there was a consultation between us and Mr. Twala, and if one looks at his statements, my Lord, he made various statements. This is not the only statements. And if you look at the description, it is not constant. At the end of the day, my Lord, that's what he said with regard to the description, and I don't want now to interpret what he may have said when he came to testify. But yes, during the interview and engagement with him, we did approach him about these statements, but he made different statements. And every time he made a statement to different individuals, my Lord, there was this inconsistency in terms of the description, and we can go through his statement, my Lord, you will find it. The only statement which I took from him directly was in relation to the ID parade. And the issue of the demand of cell phone and money, that was consistent with what other witnesses said, because all of them says when the intruders came in, they demanded cell phone and money in Zulu. So there was consistency. But insofar as the description of the intruders, and it's not only isolated to Mr. Twala. Even if you look at Tumelo Madala's statement, Zandi, where they made different statements, there's no consistency. What is consistent is that the intruders demanded cell phone and money. One was carrying a firearm, or rather, the one in front was carrying a firearm, and there's a description of dreadlocks. The other description, my lord, really, they are flimsy, to be honest. They are not, so it's not like a book which has a proper sequence where they sing the same tune. There is inconsistencies, and that is the fact, my lord.
ngiyavuma kodwa engifuna ukusho nakho ukuthi umthozi sithola kusona kuphela le-statement asikhipha ziningane iy'tatimenti azikhipha kodwa ke sikubonayo kulezi statement ukuthi izincazelo azikhipha kulezi statement iy'ncazelo ezehlukayo kodwa ke mina i-statement engakwazi ukuthi ngigcine ngikhulume naye ngaso sikhulumisana ngaso ilesi se-ID parade kodwa ke kuyavela kubo bonke ofakazi ukuthi yebo bafike bacela ama-cellphone nemali and ngoba wonke umuntu osinika ufakazi usitshela kona lokho ngoba kuyavela nakuTumelo Madlala nakuzandi ukuthi ke lo wayengaphambili wayephethe isibhamu futhi wayephethe nama-dress clothes kodwa ke izincazelo eziningi esizitholayo uthola ukuthi izincazelo ziyehlukana.
And when I say the differ, my lord, I'm referring to the description. I'm sure Advocate Mnisi have seen them. I mean, if we go through the statements, insofar as the description of the intruders, you find slight differences. But what is constant with all the statements, my lord, is that there were two intruders. One was armed with firearm. There was a struggle. That is constant. It doesn't change. There was a struggle between the deceased and the intruders with the firearm, and there was that shot that was fired. And the demand of Zulu, of money in Zulu, that is constant. So insofar as the description, that is where it's not accurate, man. I don't want to say it's not accurate, it's not aligned. So you don't get the same pattern as you get where it is said there were two intruders, one was armed with a firearm, there's a struggle. That is constant with all the statements. The demand of cell phone and money is constant. The firing of the shed and the intruders running away, that is constant. The differences comes in the description, my lord, of the perpetrators.
Engifuna ukuphinde ngichaze lapho ukuthi yebo kukhona lapho into ekhulunywa ofakazi efanayo khona kodwa ke uma sesichaza ukuthi labantu babenjani kukhona ukwehlukana kodwa ke uma sesikhuluma ngokuthi babe bengaki bonke bathi babe babili uma bekhuluma ngesibhamu bonke bathi oyedwa ephethe isibhamu bonke bayakhuluma ukuthi kwaba nokuzabalisana ukuzabalaza phakathi Mufi nomunye walaba ngenile futhi bayachaza nokuthi lapho ke kwadutshulwa bayachaza futhi nokuthi bafika lapho ke bafuna ukuthi banikwe izinto ezithize bekhuluma ngesizulu bonke futhi bakhuluma ngento eyodwa mabethi babaleka.
Yes, my lord, that's my answer.
So the gist of my question is, having gone through this statement, you never went back to him for purposes of clarifying what he's saying here.
Manje ngisho ukuthi emva kokuthola lesi statement awuzange ubuyele kubona ukuthi uyocacisa ukuthi babethini.
My lord, I consulted with him. As I said, these witnesses, my lord, made various statements. I'm not so sure whether one would have created that impression, because my understanding, when you interview a witness, the witness must tell you what they saw. You don't guide them to tell what you think the investigation is going. They've explained on numerous occasions to different investigating officers. Mine was to establish that this is his statement, this is what he recalled, and obviously seek clarities, which was done even when we consulted with the DPP, my lord. Not to guide him to say now, no, this is not in line with, because then you'll be influencing the investigation. That's not how it's done. That's what he said before my time, And when my time came, I took the statement of what he told me regarding the identification, because that's the truth. You want the truth to be presented as they are, not to sugarcoat it, my lord. So what is there, it's how it was, my lord.
Njengoba bese ngichazile ukuthi ke lawo ufakazi laba bakhipha istatement nje uThumela Madlalo wakhiphe istatement ezakhishwa lapha zazi iziningana, kodwa ke uma ngiya kumsolo kumuntu ufakazi ngiyobuza umbuzo ngiye ngimbuze ngoba ngifuna ukutholisisa kahle ukuthi iqiniso leyini, angiyena ngokuthi ngiyomtshela ukuthi kuyakhona abakhipha ezinye istatement ezingahambisani naloko okushoyo. Cha, ngiyofuna mina ukuthola ukuthi uthini nokuthola isiqinisekiso sokuthi yini ayichaza noma yini ayisho lapha, ngoba ekugcineni sizama ukuthola iqiniso.
Brigadier Kininda, yes. Ultimately, did you or did you not consult with him on the aspect that I've just put before court that are contained in his statements?
I did, my lord. That's why I'm saying, my understanding, when you consult with someone, my lord, you take them through what they've said, and you obviously try to get an indication of whether there is any other recollection or anything that they want to add or minus, my lord. So that's the purpose of the consultation. So that was done.
Yebo ngakwenza lokho ukuthi ngiyomkhulumisana naye man ukuthi wayetheni ngasekuqaleni, ngoba engifunayo uma ngiyokhulumisana naye ngifuna ukuthi angichazele ukuthi yini ayisho nokuthi mhlambe khona yini enye into ayikhumbulayo noma kukhona yini okunye afisa ukuthi akunezezele. Yikho ngithi mina ngaya kuyena sokhulumisana.
Thank you, Brigadier. You constantly keep on referring to Exhibit HA. I'm sorry. You constantly keep on referring to Exhibit HH and JJ throughout your evidence, not so?
Ushayela ukuthi ukhulume ngombukiso lana HH no JJ akunjani?
Well, not throughout my evidence, my lord. I refer to HH and JJ when it is relevant. When, for example, I said I had to take that exhibit into account when I was doing the collaboration. So not throughout the evidence, but yes, I've mentioned the two exhibits a number of times, my lord.
Angikhulumi nje ngaso zonke ikhathi kodwa ke ngikhuluma kufanele u-HH no JJ ngikuveze ngoba ngizama ukuchaza ukuthi kukhona ukuhambisana kobufakazi esabuthola.
Thank you. The reason why you constantly keep on referring to JJ, or as you would put it, as and when there's a need for you to do that, is because you want to go and tap into Exhibit HH or JJ with a view to find a corroboration that is independent from what HH and JJ are saying, not so?
Ngijwayele ukuveza u-HH and JJ ngoba uzama ukuthi ke ulethe ubufakazi obuletha ukuhlangana ubufakazi obuzimele obuhlukile ku-HH no JJ.
Sorry, my lord, I don't understand the last part, the independent part. So I followed the beginning, but the independent part of your question, I've missed it.
Angikutholisisi indaba yangasekugcineni ukuthi umuthi obuzimele uchaza ukuthini. Owasekuqaleni ngiyakuzwisisa.
Evidence of a collaborative nature, not so. In other words, you go to JJ and HH and determine whether the evidence, which is of a collaborative nature, aligns with what is contained in HH and JJ, not so?
Kusho ukuthi ke wena umuthi ufuna ubufakazi obuhambisanayo, kusho ukuthi ufuna ubufakazi obuhambisana no HH no JJ akunjalo?
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Adi yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. So basically, it is this Exhibit HH and JJ which are pioneering, or which actually are pioneering the motive to further probe in order to find out whether there is collaborative evidence or not so?
Ukuthi u-HH no-JJ ukusebenzisa njengamavulandlela okukhombisa ukuthi kungaba khona obuyimfakazi obuvumelanayo kunjalo.
Not only that, my lord. So not only that, there were other factors. That's why I said there were other, for example, the statements of people who had access to accused 3, because we are dealing with accused 3, who gave statements that obviously corroborate what may be contained in Exhibit HH. But the collaboration that didn't start there, my lord. The investigation started when accused 1 started making statements, and then we moved from there. And then it then gave rise to the existence of HH and JJ. But where the whole exercise started with the citing of accused 1 and the confessions that he made, and then moving up to HH and JJ. The reason I will always go back to HH, my lord, and JJ when I talk to Advocate Mnisi is it is the presence of accused 3, to say the name of accused 3 started to come into existence or known to us when HH and JJ was then taken, because it was there where it was said these were the other people that we were not aware of, and then we started investigating, my lord. But then subsequent to that, there were statements around. I've mentioned the name of Kwabeni, I've mentioned the name, I think, of Simpwe Butelezi. I won't go to the details, but I'm saying we've mentioned those names because those were statements that were implicating accused 3, so to say, my lord.
Kukhona itatimende eziningi eziveza umsolwa wesithathu ngoba uphenyo lethu laqala ukuthi lukhiphe leli gama uma sekuvela istatement singamsolwa ukuqala ne-confession eyavela ngoba igama lika umsolwa wesithathu lavela naku-HH naku-JJ kodwa akakona kodwa ngoba kukhona nezinye-ke itatimende ezinjengo-statement sikaButhelezi la lavela khona igama layo.
Yes, my lord, that's it.
Thank you. You know, on the same vein that you constantly keep on tapping into Exhibit HH and JJ, it also dawned in me that I could probably find something either in Exhibit HH or JJ that I could use through this process of cross-examination.
Ngibona ukuthi ngima ngibheka u-HH no-JJ kuningi okuye ngakuthola engakusebenzisa kulokubuza kwami imibuzo.
Now, when I went through, and the reason why I did that is because of your constant referral to Exhibit JJ and HH. Now, when I went through Exhibit JJ on the Ronio form, I noted that there's a number that is annotated there, which was written by Mrs. V. Cronje, which number reads FFC 04415/2020. Now when okay, let me stop there for purposes of interpretation.
Can I please get the number of the FFC
It's 04415
of 2020?
of 2020, yes.
Manje ke kukhona ke inamba evelayo lapha kuloku kwabhala uVicro nye le number engathi ijwayele ukuvela lapho uFFC 04415/2020.
Now, I'm going to be very sincere with you. I've done, done a number of, or I've been involved in circumstances where confessions and confession forms are done. Then this number actually struck me very strange as to, with the number of confessions that I've done, I've never come across such a number. Then I had to go and listen to the record of the testimony of Mrs. Cronje, and I noted that this is a number that, according to her, came from Mr. Mujiyako.
Sengike ngala bheka kaningi ama confession enziwa abantu kodwa ngathi mangihlangana nale number lena yangenza ukuthi ngisole ngase ngimbuela umfakazi kaJeje Mrs. Vikronye ngayolalela ukuthi kuthiwani and ngathi uma sengilalele ngabona ukuthi ngathi le number lena ivela iqhumene negama lika Mujiyako.
Now, this is just by way of a background. Then I started to ask myself, what could then be the relevance of this number in this confession?
Manje ngase ngizibuza ukuthi manje ke le number lena eqinisweni isisiza ngani kulokwamukela icala okukhona.
And as I'm saying, that was checked by your consent referral to Exhibit JJ and Exhibit HH.
Lokhu ke kulethwa ke ukuthi wena usuthinte kakhulu HH no JJ.
Then I said, maybe this number is related to the document that was presented here at court, which was a confirmation of Mr. Mujiyako's registration with the Legal Practice Council.
Please come again.
Let me put it this way. Then my prosecutorial instincts kicked in. Then I thought, oh, maybe this strange number, that FFC number, could be related to the document that was handed here at court, which concerned the registration of Mr. Mujiyako as a legal practitioner, which was handed in. I've got a copy of that document. It's just that I can't remember exactly what example was it. What exhibit was it, madam? May I confirm with my colleagues just to get a particular example, what exhibit was it? But the interpretation may proceed.
Ngase ke ngithi ke kuvuka ke umsebenzi wami engangwenza ngise umshushisi. Ngase ngithi angibheke ngathola ukuthi le number leni ingathi ihlobene nokubhaliswa kukaMujiyako njengomuntu osebenza kwezomthetho.
Now, we're still trying to find exactly what exhibit was it. Now, I also had a look at exhibit EE. Okay, just before I proceed. That number, that number that starts with FFC, I went through that document, which has got to do with the confirmation of registration of Mr. Mujiyako as a legal practitioner, and I could not find it. Then I remembered that there was an exhibit that was handed to court here as Exhibit EE, which is a copy of a charge sheet that came from Boxbeck. Exhibit EE, it was a copy of a charge sheet that came from Boxbeck. Attached to that copy of a charge sheet, it was also a letter that came from Mujiyako Attorneys Incorporated.
Ngithoma ngibheka le number le ku FF ngakhumbula ukuthi ivela lapha ku charge sheet evela eBoxbeck nase kule ncwadi lena evela kubameli bakaMujiyako.
Now, I also went through that letter. This was just a letter that came from this Mujiyako attorneys, wherein they were informing the court that they were withdrawing as an attorney of record on behalf of accused number 2 in those Boxbeck proceedings.
ngase ngibheka ke nakule ncwadi evela lapha uMjiyako ngabona ukuthi oh ila ababezohoqisa ukuqhubeka nokusebenza nokuba abameli bekamsolwa wesibili phambi kwenkantolo.
I also went through that letter with a view to try and find out what could, to find out if that number, that FFC number, does actually appear on that letter. Despite my fervent efforts to do that, I couldn't find that number.
Ngayibheka yonke le ncwadi ngithi ngizama ukubona ukuthi le number lena ka-FFC iyavela yini lapho kodwa ke nanoma ngizamile ngagcina ngingakwazanga ukuyibona.
Reason being, I wanted to find out what could be the relevance of this number in this confession.
Ngizama ukutholisisa ukuthi ke isizathu sokuba kube nale number lana kule confession kwakuyini.
I note that my colleague would want to say something.
Indeed, my lord. We submit firstly that this is not a question that this witness can answer, firstly, but secondly, Ms. Kronje testified, and her testimony was that this number represents a fidelity fund certificate. Fidelity fund certificate and a registration number. These are two different concepts, and we submit, my lord, that it will be unfair to confront this witness, firstly with this information, but secondly with the incorrect information. You can't compare the two. Fidelity fund certificate is one thing, and registration number of a practice is completely different. So the way that is being put to the witness might, and we say this with the greatest of respect, might be perhaps misleading to the witness, as these are two different things.
Is it please the court, my lord? Probably my colleague was a little bit more in front of me when I'm taking it step by step, but nonetheless I'm getting to where my colleague is getting to, my lord. If I may just be afforded the opportunity to further explain. Now, remember, I'm still trying to find the relevance of this number, this correspondence. Now, I thought, no, maybe that FFC number that was read into record by Mrs. Kronje may be married, it may be linked with that number that is contained in the letter that confirms Mr. Mjiako's registration with the Legal Practice Council. So then I said, no, but let me not speculate.
Ngitheke ngisabhekile ukuthi le number yavela eveso Mrs. Kronje mhlambe ke ingabe kunokuxhumana okuthize nale ncwadi eyavela ku laba abameli bakaMjiyako kodwa ngathi ke kungcono ngingaqageli.
Because it came to me that when I analyzed this evidence, this exhibit JJ, it dawned to me that this number could not have been written here in vain. There was a specific reason why it could have been annotated in this form.
Wakafika kumina ukuthi le number lena ayizange ibhalwe nje sikhona isizathu esithize esenza ukuthi le number lena ize ifakwe kuleli form le.
May I therefore say, just to quell my anxiety as to the reason why this number was written here, may I therefore request through this court that the investigating team, remember, we can do that on our own, but remember we financed by the defense of the accused person is financed by legal aid, which is a subsidiary of the state. So if I request the state to assist, that's no offense. But in short, may I therefore request that maybe probably one member of the investigating team go to the relevant authorities just to put this matter at rest, to find out what this number, that FFC number is, and what is it really all about. Can we marry this number FFC to the number that was confirmed as belonging to Mr. Mjiako on the letter that confirmed his registration with the Legal Practice Council? This is That's just my request. Thank you.
Sicela ukuthi ke njengoba ke obakhokhela ke abameli babasolwa abakwa legal aid and futhi bangaphansi ke kumbuso. Sicela ukuthi mhlambe ke la omunye wabaphenyi ayosihlolela le number lena eqala ngo FFC ukuthi le number lena iphuma phi itholakala phi ukuze senelekise ngifuna ukuthi ngigcine nganele ukuthi le number lena ukuzingene la yayingene ngasiphi isizathu nokuthi iqhumana kanjani nale ncwadi lena yakwamuji yakho.
Now, I wish to request that I be allowed by the court, with due respect, to pause the aspect of my cross-examination on this point, pending the outcome of the request
Ngicela ukuthi ke
that I've made.
ngicela ukuthi ke ngimise umbuzo wami mayelana nalo leli phuzu leli kuze kufinyelele lapho ke esizothola incazelo ephelele mayelana nalo leli phuzu.
In the meantime, I'll proceed with other aspects of the examination.
Manje ke okwamanje ngizoqhubeka nanokunye.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, my lord. So sorry, before you proceed,
Okay,
as
sorry.
Advocate Minister, I want to say something,
Yes.
yeah, in light of what you've said. So, the first part, my lord, with regards to HH and JJ, I think it's important to put it in the right context, because I think so we are moving to the end of the stick. My understanding is that I've constantly referred to HH and JJ in my testimony, which is correct. But I think the part that is being missed by Advocate Minister is that it is him, when he started with the cross-examination, who took me to HH and JJ. That's how we started. We didn't start directly with the cross-examination insofar as accused number 3 started. When he started with the issues surrounding accused number 2, and they were relating to the confessions. The court will recall that when he started, there was constant hands up by accused 2, instructions will be taken by Mr. Ramsipil, he will pause in his cross-examination, proceed thereafter. The last time when we were in court on Thursday, we even had to adjourn early, because the request from him was that he needs to consult with accused 2, with Mr. Ramsipil and himself, so that then proper instructions can be given for him to proceed. So that is where exactly HH and JJ started. So that is the proper context of where it started. And then it then followed, obviously, that because it was now being used, I should refer to it, because that's how we started, my lord. That is the first part. Now, with regard to the request that is being said about this number, my lord, I think I'll take guidance from the court or from the state as to whether should I get involved. I would like to assist. As I've always opened my hand to Advocate Minister, but the last time the court will recall, when I was asked, and I'm saying that with greatest respect, really, I don't mean to rub shoulders in a bad way. I'm saying it with greatest respect, but I'm trying to avoid a similar situation. I came back to court and I wanted to respond to the request he made to me. And then I was stopped aggressively to say, leave it, those issues will be dealt with the state. So I'm not sure whether this request is directed to me or is going to via the state. And I'm trying to avoid us finding ourselves in that similar situation, my lord.
As it pleases the court, my lord, naturally, I would really instruct, request Mr. Keneda to go and do something, or the investigating team to go and do something without the leave of the court. I am basically requesting through the court that we be assisted with this information so that we can also come and assist the court. Look, at the end of it all, what we do here is not for us. Is to assist the court to come to a just and equitable finding. That's just the request. It has just been indicated, my lord, by the state that they will assist. They can confirm it, my lord.
Yes, my lord, we'll pursue this with the LPC.
As it is the court, my lord.
How does it bind me?
Well, we just merely saying this in the light of the request by Advocate Nisi that he be assisted, so we just offering that assistance.
Yeah, but it doesn't bind this court, okay? Because a trial is an adversarial process. That's basically what it is. So this court can't be advising people to go and investigate whether that donkey's got teeth or not.
Yes, my lord. It's out of courtesy that we're saying because the witness is already under oath.
Because you say you want to do it through me. It can't be done through me.
Eh,
And I can't advise you how to go about cross-examining on behalf of your client.
Yes, my lord.
The
But
same thing with the state.
yes,
Okay. But if you want to play baseball together, I can't stop you.
as it is the court, my lord, I think me and the state were at Eden that we will be assisted, my lord. We will definitely not involve the court. In an event that we do not get that assistance, we will not come back to the court and say, yeah, but my lord, this is what the state did. I know what state versus state versus Tony Yengeni says, my lord, with regard to an arrangement that is made between the parties, that may not bind the court, my lord. That's very succinct in that case of state versus Tony Yengeni.
Yeah, 1986.
Yes, my lord. Yes. May I then proceed? Now, I'm not so sure. We're left with 6 minutes. I need to get into a new aspect of it all. I'm not so sure whether I will be committing an offense if I were to request that we step on other people's toes and just stole 6 minutes. We adjourn in advance. We take the 6 minutes in adjournment before 1 o'clock. Because in any event, I'm starting with a new aspect when you're coming back. May we then adjourn?
What does the state say?
That's in order, my lord. That's in order.
Okay. All right, let's adjourn until 2 o'clock.
Thank you, my lord. Brigadier, when you were requested by the state to go through the photos that are contained in Exhibit S, you came to photos which are depicted therein that depict firearms, photos of firearms. Do you still remember that?
Usakhumbula ukuthi uke wacelwa besiteli ukuthi ke ubheke umboniso u-AS onezithombe zezibhamu.
Yes, I do recall, my lord.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Do you still remember that it was also your evidence that one of those firearms depicted there is the firearm that was used in the commission of this offense? You still remember that?
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi esinye salezi zibhamu ezikhona lapho yilesi sibhamu esasetshenziswa ekwenzeni lobubi.
Was it my evidence or in a statement?
Yes, it
I
was your
don't.
evidence.
I don't have a recollection saying that here in court. Perhaps in my statement, maybe, but I don't have a recollection of that, my lord.
Angikhumbuli ngikusho la enkantolo mhlambe ke ngabe kukhona estatementini sami kodwa angikhumbuli ngikusho lokho la enkantolo.
Thank you. I'll go and check it, but
Yeah, I don't have a recollection, my lord. I'm trying to think back. I don't.
Cha ngiyeza mpela ukukhumbula kodwa angikhumbuli lokho.
We let it slide. The witness never testified to that effect.
Yeah. I would have remembered.
yes, it is the court, my lord. Okay. What was your testimony with regard to the firearms that are depicted in there when you were led by the state?
Yini okwakusho ngesikhathi uzwa umshushisi mayelana nesibhamu ezibonakala lapho?
The state actually requested you to comment. Remember, the state said to you, go through the photos. What do you see in photo? This photo. What do you see in that photo? Then you came to a point where you had to make comments about those the photos that are depicting firearms. What was your comment with regard to those firearms?
Ukuthi waphawula wathini ke lapho ngoba usakhumbula ukuthi umshushisi wacela ukuthi bheka ke yini oyibonayo yini izisa ngalezo phambi. Manje ke yini okwakuphawula mhlazane bekubuza kanjani?
My lord, my recollection is that I was describing, the comment was in relation to what was contained in each paragraph. So I will describe, for example, in photo 38, I will describe that I see a rifle, for example. Then I'll describe the color. So I will comment insofar as what was contained in the photo, my lord. That's my recollection.
Cha mina nje ngiphawula lokho kubonakala esithombeni ngiyakhumbula khona esinye isithombe engasibheka ngabona ukuthi lesi sibhamu esikhulu kodwa ungangikwenza lelo ngokuphawula nje ukuthi yini engiyibonayo esithombeni.
What would have been the relevance of the inclusion of these photos in the photo album? In this photo album?
Manje yini umqoka noma yini ubumqoka balezi ibhamu ezikhona lapho kulezo izithombe ezikule album?
Yes, I'm sorry, let me put it like this. What would have been the relevance of the inclusion of the photos which depict firearms in this photo album?
Ngisho ukuthi ke kusiza ngani ke ukuthi kube nezithombe ezikhombisa izibhamu kulezo izithombe?
My lord, it was part of the investigation, and one will recall that there was allegations, or rather there was suggestion in the statements that we obtained that at some stage accused 3 was in possession of firearms. And as part of the investigation, one was able to investigate and establish as to whether he's got a license to possess a firearm or not, and I've done it with all accused. That was a no, he didn't have. However, in his downloads, then it shows that in his own phone, there are firearms that are depicted. So it was basically the collaboration of this assertion of firearms around him, my lord.
Lana ukuthi ke sasiphela siphenya sizama ukuthola izinto eziningi sokhumbula ukuthi wabuzwa ukuthi unayo yini imvume yokuba nesibhamu sathola ukuthi akanayo imvume yesibhamu kodwa ke uma sibheka lapha kuma downloads esefonini yakhe kuyabonakala ukuthi khona izithombe zezibhamu manje sasifuna ke uqhubeka nophenyo sizwisise ukuthi kwenzekani.
That's my answer.
Was there any significant outcome? Well, let me put it this way. What would then have been the significance of the photos in relation to the charges that you're facing?
Manje kwakuyini ke ubumqoka balezi izithombe zalezi ibhamu emayelana necala ke labasolo?
My lord, that's what I'm explaining. That there was this allegation, and now I think I've answered. I'm not sure whether I should repeat it again.
Ngicabanga ukuthi bese ngiphendulile angiboni ukuthi ngisafanele ngiphinde ngikusho lokho.
Thank you, sir. Exhibit JJ, which is the identity kit that was compiled by Mrs. Yvonne Steenekamp, has already been dealt with here at court previously by my colleague, Mr. Ramusipili. Yes, Exhibit J. I'm sorry, my lord. That is only Exhibit J, not double J, but only one J, Exhibit J. Now,
Kukhona ke umbukiso uJ lo one identity kit umdwebo lo owenziwa uMrs Steenekamp okhona la ngoba ngiyakhumbula ukuthi wake wabuzwa ubaba uRamsipidi la enkantolo.
yes. Now, you would recall that according to the affidavit of Mrs. Steenekamp, the exercise or this exercise of compiling an affidavit was done on the 31st of October 2014. Do you still recall that?
Sakhumbula ukuthi ke kule affidavit ka Mrs Steenekamp kuthiwa ke i-affidavit yakhona yenziwa mhla ka 31 ku-October 2014. Ukhumbula lokho?
Yes, the first affidavit, my lord, I do recall.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula lokho.
Actually, she deposed to a number of affidavits. Let me just go through the dates so that we are on the same page. There is one that she deposed to on the 31st of October 2014. There's one which she deposed to I've got some duplicates of these photo albums. But nonetheless, we're getting there. There is one that was deposed to on the 15th of November 2019.
Khona yenza mhla 31 October 2014. Enye ke wayenza mhla 15 kuNovember ka 2019.
Then there is also one which was deposed to on the 19th of June 2020.
Khona yenza mhla 19 June 2020.
is one that was deposed to on the 15th of November 2019. I'm not so sure whether I mentioned this. But
Khona ke
15
ayenza
November
ngomhla
2019.
15 kuNovember 2019.
Yes. Now, I want us to start to deal first with the one that was deposed to on the 31st of October 2014.
Yes, my lord.
You'll pardon me, Brigadier, when there's a bit of a issue here with regard to the dates, because when we got these papers, we got them in leaflet forms.
Understand, my lord.
They were not in a properly bundled form, you know. So we had to try and combine them and try to make sense of each paper as to which paper does it then follow.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, thank you. Now, I will not read everything because my memory serves me well. My colleague, Mr. Ramusipili, actually read the content of some of this, of some of his affidavits into record. I'll simply go to the portion that will be relevant for purposes of my cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you. Now, there's one on the one that was deposed on the 31st of October 2014. I think it is page 3 thereof. Page 4 thereof. I want us to concentrate on page 4.
Ngeke siyekhasini lesine la kukhona affidavit yenziwa umhla ka 31st ku-October 2014.
Yes, my lord. I'm here.
When he says, when she says that on the Monday of the 29th of October 2014, he was called out to Force Flores detective and was accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel M.J. Stricher, who was an operation commander, Procedural LCRC, in order to go and interview witnesses in relation to case number 676-10 of 2014. Are you with me there?
I'm with you, my lord. But I suppose I think we dealt with this part that the case number, but I think it was a mistake. It's supposed to be 636, not 676. But I think it was an error.
636. Okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 636. That's
Thank
the
you.
correct case number.
Thank you, Brigadier. Then she goes on to say, she then interviewed several witnesses individually, and the first witness that she interviewed was Kelly Kumalo. And she narrates her story as to what Kelly actually told her. What Kelly told her, but what it is then in essence, because she's an identity kit specialist, then in relation to her specific role that she needed to play in this case, this is what Kelly told her. She says, she gave the following description: an African male in his mid-20s, dark brown, shiny complexion, dreadlock hairstyle, no scars, no facial hair, a golden insert in upper teeth, language, he spoke local Zulu, and he was wearing a brown jacket with a woolen collar. He was not clean in appearance. Suspect A is the one who entered the house first and was armed with an old black revolver. Kelly could not describe the second suspect, and she was satisfied after a description of the first suspect. She compiled the face with the headgear. Thank you. Now, you would agree with me that 29 October 2014 is only 3 days after this incident had happened, not so?
Uzovumelana nami ukuthi mhla 29 October 2014 ku izinsuku ezintathu kuphela emva kwesehlakalo.
It's two to be precise, but up to this statement, my lord, was commissioned on the 31st actually, so it will be, I suppose, 3 days to 4.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's close. I think the essence of what Advocate Mnisi is saying, it's very short from the time the offense was committed to the time this statement was made.
Zimbili lezi zinsuku uma sibhekisisa kodwa ke into ezama ukuyiveza ubabumnisi ukuthi kwakuseduze kakhulu nosuku lwesahlakalo.
Thank you. Now, you will agree with me as a seasoned investigating officer that witnesses are able to give an accurate, not really an accurate version. Witnesses' memory is prone to have a clearer recollection of what could have happened within a day or two after the occurrence of the incident, more than they would be able to do it after almost 2, 3, 4, 5 years, not so?
Manje uzovumelana nami ukuthi ke abantu bayakwazi ukuthi bakhumbule kahle ukuthi kwenzekani izinsuku ezimbili emva kwesehlakalo ngaphezulu ke ukuthi bakhumbule uma sekudlule iminyaka kunjalo.
So, my lord, I'll answer it this way. When it comes to the crime scene, so I'm going to the witnesses, but I want to equate it to the crime scene. That assertion, insofar as the crime scene is concerned, is correct, because when you visit the crime scene after the incident has happened, you are likely to find more evidence and probably even eyewitnesses that will support the version, unlike you visiting the scene years later. However, with human beings, my experience, I think it varies from human to human, my lord, because one will not know the condition, the memory. I mean, we are not born the same way or have the same capabilities of recalling things. The level of IQ, it's not the same. So all those factors, my lord, in my view, in my experience, plays a role, and it varies from individual to individual. So you may find individuals, yes, will have a clear memory just after the incident has happened, but others, even just as the incident has happened, and you have all supporting evidence that supports as to what happened. And when I say support, I'm referring, to example, to photos or video recordings of the incident. But you'll find witnesses who will not be able to tell you as accurately as the video is depicting. So in my experience, my lord has taught me that it depends on a person to person, my lord.
In masibusi sikhuluma ngendawo yesehlakalo kaningi akubi noshintsho oluningi oluba khona, kodwa ke masikhuluma ngabantu kukhona ukwehlukana indlela abantu abakwazi ukukhumbula izinto ngayo, asifani asina amakhono afanayo. Ngoba kuyenzeka ukuthi noma uphethe izithombe namavideo akhombisayo uthola ukuthi hayi abantu nje incazelo zabo uthola ukuthi ziyehlukana. Lokhu kuya ngokuthi ke vele abantu abafani abanamakhono alinganayo.
And this, my lord, can be seen where one incident takes place and then people dispose affidavit who were all present, but you will not find a similar pattern. Almost like even here in court, I can assure my lord that if an incident happens, when we dispose affidavits, myself and Advocate even Mnisi might differ with slight utterances in terms of what happened, because it depends as to when it happens, how was my reaction, how are you as a human being made to react to those situations. So it varies, my lord. It's not a golden rule that the memory will be accurate when the incident has just happened to each and every person.
Futhi ke ngifuna ukunezisa ukuthi ke abantu ababona izinto ngokufana ngoba kungenzeka ukuthi sibe khona sonke la bese kuba nento eyenzekayo la into ke engizoyichaza mina izohluka kulezo chaza u-advocate Mnisi ngoba yena sinendlela ezehlukile zokuthi sibone into mhlawumbe uzoyibona ngendlela ethe ukwehluka kancane nami ngiyibone ngendlela ukuthi ukwehluka ukuthi egcineni ke uma sesiletha imibiko mayelana nokuthi kwenzekeni sizoletha imibiko eyehlukene.
And my lord, lastly, sorry, I don't want to be taking long to get Mnisi. I'm not saying the contents, the essence of what happened will be similar, but I'm referring to details, you know, where, for example, one will have to give specific details of what happens in the sequence of the events, but the essence of what really happened may be similar, my lord.
Manje ngisho ukuthi ke sizochaza ungathola ukuthi ke la imniningwane echazayo ukuthi kwenzekeni kukhona la isohluka khona kodwa ke into esikhuluma ngayo izobe iyona ifana.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you, sir. Now, in her description of the suspect that she saw, who was wielding a firearm, she told Mrs. Steenekamp that the person was dark brown with a shiny complexion in the mid-20s. He had red locks, he had no scars, no facial hair. He had a golden inset in the upper teeth, and he spoke a local Zulu language. Is there any particular reason that this description may be faulted?
Manje indlela le atshela Mrs. Steenkamp ngawathi lo muntu lona wayenebala elingathi limnyama and futhi ke elicobezelayo nokuthi wayenama dreadlocks nokuthi kukhona ke wayenezinyo legolide nokuthi futhi ke wayekhuluma isiZulu esikhulunywa endaweni. Manje kukhona yini okubonayo okungekuhle kule ncazelo yakhe?
So, my lord, the only way I can answer this, and I think I tried to venture into this when I was dealing with the cross-examination of, Mr. Ramsipil. So, this is the statement by Warrant Officer Steenkamp, my lord. Then the statement made by Ms. Kelly Kumalo. Oh, no, this is lateness. Ms. Kelly Kumalo, my lord, if you take, for example, what Warrant Officer Steenkamp about the revolver, it is not mentioned in a statement. It simply says a firearm. So you simply have to take the statement that is under oath, signed by her, in relation to what Warrant Officer Steenkamp says she said to her. If you take that statement and you correlate, like I'm saying, for example, the issue of an old firearm with a revolver, it's not what she's saying in a statement. So if you compare the two, you find inconsistencies, my lord.
Manje ke lokho kusho Steenkamp lapha ungehluka ngoba uMrs. Steenkamp mechaza lapha istatementini sakhe uthe nje yena isibhamu akazange ngachasha ukuthi cha uhloboni isibhamu noma ivolovono noma olunye uhlobo lesibhamu kodwa uvele nje wathi isibhamu kodwa ke akuveli lana futhi nokuthi kwakuyisibhamu esidala nokuthi isibhamu esasinjani vele nje wachaza ukuthi isibhamu.
What is consistent, my lord, that I will not find fault in what Warrant Officer Steenkamp is saying, the consistency and the essence of it is that there were two intruders, there was a struggle and a gunshot was fired. These are the differences I was referring to, that specific details or tiny details, my lord, that is where you'll find the inconsistencies, but the essence of what is contained, and that relates to all the people that even Warrant Officer Steenkamp interviewed who were inside the house. The version is the same. There were intruders, there was a struggle, and then the gunshot was fired and the deceased was then shot. What is not accurate and going from teeth to teeth, my lord, is the description of the intruders. The detailed description. There are similarities, but not accurate, as the accuracy of saying the intruders demanded cell phones and money in Zulu. All of them are saying the same, my lord. The issue of the struggle, that is consistent, is corroborated. The issue of the gunshot, that is corroborated. The issue of the dreadlocks, my lord, it's also corroborated, but the tiny details, as I'm saying, my lord, they are not accurate. Hence, I'm saying the issue of the firearm is described in Warrant Officer Steenkamp's being a revolver. It's not contained in Mrs. Kelly Kumalo's statement.
Unyeke ngakusho ukuthi ke kukhona izinto ekungaphikisana ngazo ezifana nokuthi ke abantu abangena babe babili nokuthi ke kwaba nokubamba naphambi phakathi kwamufi nalo wayephethe isibhamu nokuthi kwadutshulwa nokuthi umufi wadutshulwa kodwa khona ke ezinye izinto abathi mabekhuluma ngazo ubona ukuthi ziyafana njengokuthi ke ubona ukuthi ziyehluka njengokuthi incazelo mabechaza ukuthi babe njani labantu abangena bayahluka lapho kodwa uma sifika endweni ezinjengokuthi bakhuluma isiZulu hayi lapho ke akukho kwehlukana.
Yes, my lord.
It is very interesting, Brigadier Kininda, to hear you say that there is consistency in some aspect of the evidence of the witnesses who were in the house, and there is also some inconsistencies, particularly as it relates to the description of the intruders. That's very interesting. Now, Kelly describes this intruder as a dark brown person with a shiny complexion. Dark brown, shiny complexion.
Ukanike mase chaza ukuthi lo muntu ke oyengena la wayenebaleli ngathi limnyama kodwa ke futhi ke nesikhumba sakhe sasicwebezela.
Now, who else from the witnesses who were in the house which you have interviewed describes this person, the gun totter, not as being a person with a dark skin or a dark brown skin or a dark skin?
Banomunye chaza ke lo muntu lo kuthiwa wayephethe isibhamu ethi ke wayenebala elinsundu.
My lord, sorry,
Question is,
yeah.
who else? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ngo.
Can you please repeat
Yes,
it?
the question is, who else describes the gun totter as not having a dark brown complexion from the witnesses who were in the house? Thank you.
Manje kulabafakazi ababesendlini ubani omunye ochaza ibala lalomuntu okuthiwa wayephethe isibhamu njengomuntu ongenaso isikhumba esinsundu esimnyama.
My lord, I'll have to go through the witness statements, all of them, insofar as those that I've interviewed, because like I said, it's not one statement, so I will not want to give an inaccurate answer.
Yes.
So
one will have to go through their statements in complete, because they speak to what they saw, my lord.
hayi ngizofanele ngiye kuzo zonke itatimende zabo ngoba bakhuluma izinto ezihlukene ukuze ngingenzi amaphutha.
Just a second. Thank you, Brigadier. I'm going to request you to do that. Probably we'll come back on that aspect tomorrow or after you have gone through that statement.
Yes.
Now, who else from the witnesses who was in the house describes the gun totter as a person who did not have dreadlocks?
Ubani omunye ochaza lo muntu wayephethe isibhamu njengomuntu wayengenawo ama-dreadlocks?
I don't think, my lord, there's any of the people in the house who says the first intruder did not have dreadlocks. That's my recollection. All the statements are saying the first intruder had dreadlocks.
Ngicabanga ukuthi khona owathi owachaza lo muntu owayengena endlini njengongenawo ama-dreadlock ngathi bonke bayibeka kanjalo ukuthi unama-dreadlocks.
Do you then realize that when you say that the people in the house differ in terms of their description of the person who got into the house, that is inaccurate?
Yabona ukuthi ke uma uchaza ukuthi umuthi wena incazelo zalabantu abengaphakathi endlini ziyehluka akulona iqiniso.
No, I think perhaps, my lord, we didn't understand each other.
I don't know if it's a fair question. To start with, this question is very broad. And secondly, the question that proceeded to that was to read out the description contained in this report by Ms. Tinekam and as given by Ms. Kelly Kumalo, and then to ask this witness, can this description be faulted? And the witness then said, well, there are certain details that differ, but now to say that her answer was incorrect, we submit, my lord, that there is not a fair proposition to put to this witness, as that proposition, my lord, is couched in very broad terms. The witness has already answered to that question as to whether that description can be faulted by saying that certain minor details, certain minute details differ, my lord. So it cannot be said that he was not correct in that respect.
As it pleases the court, my lord, this witness, it's him who said the witnesses who were in the house are consistent insofar as that there was an intruder, there were two intruders, those intruders were males, those generic aspects. But insofar as the description of the intruders, the witnesses who were in the house differ. That is exactly what he said, my lord. And then I even said to him, oh, Mr. Kininda, it is very interesting, Brigadier Kininda, it is very interesting if that comes from you, which is then why I then embarked, asked him the first question. Of the people who were in the house, which witness does not describe the gun toter as a person who did not have a dark brown skin? His answer was, I am not so sure. I still need to go and read through all their statements. The next question, and then I said to him, okay, it's fine. He will be given an opportunity to go and do that, but still have to go and pursue that question. Then the next question to him is, which is still in line with the first question, which witness who was in the house describes the gun toter as a person who did not have dreadlocks? Then the state is objecting. I don't know what is not fair about Margaret, because this is it's in line. It's similar to the first question. It has got to do with the description of the suspect, which Mr. Kininda says the witnesses in the house, they differ in their description. I'm not so sure whether I need to proceed.
Yeah, proceed.
Thank you.
Because,
Which witness who was in the house does not describe the gun toter as a person who had dreadlocks?
Ubani ufakazi wayelapha endlini othi-ke uma echaza lo muntu owayephethe isibhamu amchaze njengomuntu owayengenawo ama-dreadlock.
My lord, I've answered that question to say there's none in my recollection. All of the witnesses that were in the house does or do describe the first intruder with dreadlocks. That's the first part, my lord.
Bonke ababelapha endlini bathi uma bechaza umuntu owayephethe isibhamu bathi yebo wayenama-dreadlocks.
Secondly, my lord, I have said the witnesses who were in the house, in essence of what happened, that is similar. But the details insofar as the description of the intruders, that is where you don't find the consistencies. I never said, my lord, you do not find complete consistency insofar as the description is concerned. I said, when it comes to details, that is why, my lord, I even made an example that even in instances where there will be video recordings or photos, you will find witnesses who will still say something different insofar as specific details are concerned, but the essence of what really happened will be similar. That's how I explain it. So that's I think perhaps maybe we didn't understand each other with Advocate Mnisi.
Ngichazile ukuthi ke ofakazi labo mabesichazela ukuthi kwenzekani umningi babo bachaza into efanayo kodwa ke la behluka khona kakhulu ilapho sechaza ukuthi ke abantu laba babenja ila behluka khona ngoba uthi nanoma ke kunama video owaveza noma izithombe uyaqhubeka ukuyaphambili babe nendlela behluka ngayo kusinikeni incazelo ukuthi babe njani abantu.
And this part, my lord, was specific because I'm moving from what I'm being asked. For example, we've dealt with a part where some of the witnesses will say the first intruder was wearing a beige brown jacket, and I even said others are saying khaki. That is a description that is given, my lord, that the tiny details are not consistent, but not that there is no description, my lord. So I was specifying to tiny details that you do not find that consistency, not that there's no description at all or that they differ completely. It's not what I said, my lord.
Futhi ke bengifuna ukusho ukuthi akusho ukuthi ke uma kukhona umehluko omncane kule ncazelo abayilethayo manje imininingwane yalabantu abebekhona lapha kusho ukuthi ke bebehluka kakhulu. Yebo bekukhona ukwehluka okuncanyana okukhona lapha nalapha ngoba abanye bebethi ibhantshi eligqokile lalibheji abanye bathi lalukhakhi kodwa ke akusho lokho ukuthi into abebeyichaza yehluke ngalendlela ukuthi ke isingachithwa kodwa ke lokho abebechaza kwakufana kwakuba yilapha nalapha into ezincanyana nje ezazenza ukuthi kube nokwehluka.
Yes, my lord.
So you're basically now correcting yourself and say that also they are consistent in respect of certain aspects of their description of the cantata. Is that what you're not saying?
The witness is not correcting himself. That's what he said. It's on record. He's just repeating what he said.
Thank you. Now, I'm noting that you are agreeing that there's consistency in some of the description that the witnesses who were in the house gave of the person that was having a firearm in his possession. Is that how should I understand you?
So manje avumela ukuthi kukhona ukuhambisana kwale ncazelo eyalethwa abantu abayengaphakathi mabechaza lo muntu owayephethe isibhamu.
Yes, there are some consistencies, my lord, in terms of the description of the first intruder.
Yebo kukhona ukuhambisana kwezincazelo mabekhuluma ngalo muntu owayephethe isibhamu.
Thank you, my lord. Now Kelly says to Warrant Officer Stienekam that the person who had the firearm had a golden insect in his apartment.
Manje uKelly Khumalo metshela uStienekam uthi lo muntu ke wayephethe isibhamu wayenezimo legolide emhlathini wangenhla.
Yes, my lord, I saw that, man.
Yebo ngibonile nalokho.
And can I tell you something about what this court had heard about the house in which this incident took place?
I beg your pardon?
I'm saying, can I tell you what is it that the court has heard or heard about the house wherein this incident took place?
Athi ke sikhulume ngalo ukuthi inkantolo izwe kuthiwani ngale ndawo lapho okwenzeka ke lesehlakalo.
Actually, the court took judicial notice of the size of the house
inkantolo ke
which this
iyaqaphela
incident
ukuthi lendlu ingakanani.
I'm listening, my lord.
Although I do not know the exact measurement, but from what this court was told, it wasn't a mansion. I think that also came out very clear. It was not a big house. It was just a normal, a tiny 4-roomed township house.
Awungeyona indlu enkulu kakhulu, kwakuyindlu nje ejwayelekile yaselokishini.
I think also the court remarked that when you
A tiny 4-roomed house. I think the photos are there. It wasn't a 4-roomed house.
yeah, it could not have been a 4-room, but it was very tiny. But this is what the court remarked, that when you move maybe from the bathroom, then you are in the kitchen. That's the imagination that I had about the size of the house when the court remarked on that. In other words, it was just a very compact house. It wasn't really a big house out of respect of the Khumalo family. It wasn't a big house.
Kwaze waphawula inkosi yankantolo ukuthi muphuma bathroom uzithola ususe kitchen. So ekuzama ukubeka la ukuthi ke kwakungeyona indlu enkulu kakhulu.
I'm listening, my lord.
Hayi ngisalalela.
With that situation in the house, the witnesses who were in the house, in terms of their description of the perpetrators who got into the house, could not be faulted, because it's not like they were 7 meters away from the perpetrators or 10 meters away from the perpetrators. They were actually looking at each other in their faces.
Manje ke isimo ke sasendlini leso ke sichaza ukuthi ke ofakazi ababesendlini babengeke babe nencazelo ehlukile ngalabantu abangena endlini ngoba babeseduze babuke ebusweni,
Which then means their observation, which led to the description of these perpetrators, cannot be faulted.
manje usho ukuthi incazelo yabo uma bechaza labantu abahlasela usho ukuthi angeke sabona isici ngayo.
As a court, please, my lord, the advocate may say, put you on record that he has read the case of State versus Mtetwa. It is, I think this is a matter that should be left for argument. It's not a proposition that can be put to, to this witness. It was clearly said, the opportunity that the witnesses have had to observe the lighting and all those things, those play a role, and those are issues that should be argued and not be put to this witness.
As it pleases the court, Madam, I think Advocate Baloyi is correct, but what I'm trying to bring across to this witness is that when Kelly says that this guntoter had a golden insect in her party, would that not mean that Kelly was very close to this witness to even see that she had a golden insect in her party?
Manje ukalimethi lo umuntu angena lapha endlini wayene zinyo elalinegolide lona usho ukuthi lokho akuchazi ukuthi ke uSkheli wayeseduze kakhulu kunalo muntu ukuze akwazi ukubona nokuthi wayenezinyo elinegolide.
Would that not be the case?
My lord, the assumption will be that, but like I said, that assertion is contained in Warrant Officer Steenkamp's statement. And my recollection insofar as Ms. Kelly Khumalo, the issue of the golden teeth also, my lord, because there were various statements made, I seem to recall that may have been withdrawn at some stage, that, this is not what I said, something to that effect. And one can be able to give that accurate response once I've gone through all the statement, but that's my recollection, my lord, of what is contained in some of her statements.
Yebo ngaba lokho akutshela Warrant Officer Steenkamp kodwa ke mangathi ngiyakhumbula ngathi khona la abagcina siphinde sahoxisa leso statement esikhuluma ngegolide kodwa kuzafanele ukuthi ngifunisise ukuze ngithole ukuthi washo kodwa ke ngathi kwakukhona ukukhuluma ngalokho.
Because on the first statement, like I said, my lord, even the issue of the will is not mentioned, and the gold teeth, it's not there. But I do recall that somewhere it was mentioned, So you don't have these consistencies of statement. And here we're relying on what Warrant Officer Steenkamp says she was told, not on what she said on her statement when she gave it the first time to the police, my lord.
Manje ke la kulesi statement sokuqala siyabona ukuthi leli zinyo legolide akukhulunywanga ngayo ngoba lana sincike kakhulu kulokhu uwarrant officer Steenkamp asitshela ukuthi watshelwa kona.
And I'm not doubting it, my lord. I'm not casting aspersions on the warrant officer to say this cannot. But I'm just saying if you take that and you mirror image it to the statements disposed, there's no complete lineup. That's what I mean, my lord.
Angizami ke ukuchaza ukuthi ke ngiyakusola kwasho warrant officer Steenkamp kodwa ke uma sesibheka singabona ukuthi cha kungabe kukhona mhlawumbe amaphutha akho.
Yes, my lord, that's my response.
Thank you. You correct. This is what an expert was told by the witnesses who were in the house in order to assist the investigation with the compilation of an identity kit. Kelly further on told Mrs. Steenkamp that the type of a firearm that the suspect had in his possession, the gun toter, was an old black revolver. Do you see that?
Uyabona yini ukuthi uKelly waqhubeka utshela uMam Steenkamp ukuthi uhlobo ke lesi sibhamu esasiphethwe yilo muntu kwakuyifolofolo elidala elimnyama.
Yes, I saw that, my lord. Let me get just to A46, yes.
Now, in your investigation of this case, did you come across an information which could have led to the belief that Kelly did not know what is it that she was talking about when she specifically named this firearm an old black revolver?
Manje qhubekeni nophenyo lakho khona la wabona khona ukuthi khona yini into engaphikisa ukuthi uKelly wayazi dakhuluma ngayo methi yena lesi sibhamu esiphethe umuntu wangena okuyisibhamu esiyivolovolo elidala elimnyama.
My lord, as I've said, in her statements under oath signed by her, she doesn't mention the revolver. That's the first part, my lord.
Engisho ukuthi ke statementini sakhe esayiniwe akasho lutho ngeyivolovolo.
Secondly, my lord, when the investigation kicked in, when we started having sight, she was then mentioned as a trigger point. Then she became a person of interest, a suspect, my lord.
Manje futhi okunye ukuthi ke emva kwesikhathi kwagcina kubonakalela ukuthi kuumuntu nje esifanele simbhekisise.
And evidence to corroborate that, my lord, which I've dealt with, then was found. And therefore, a person like that, my lord, you will then not be certain as to what she said is accurate, because there's assertion of this allegation that she was a trigger point for what has happened. Investigation is done. Let's put aside even the confessions that were made, my lord, but certain evidence is found, including the link to accused number 5 in terms of those things. And we could not, I'm just saying this, my lord, that those are the things that raise concern. So you're not dealing with your normal day type of a witness. You're dealing with someone who is questionable, and it is alleged that was part of the perpetrators who committed this crime. So you cannot then take what that person, without questioning it. I think you'll be making a gruesome mistake, my lord.
Mina sathi senze iphuthu uma ukuthi sithatha istatement sakhe njenge statement sa nanombani ufakazi ngoba yena emva kwesikhathi sathi masiqhubeka ngophenyo sathola ukuthi mhlambe ungaba umuntu sifanele simbhekisise ngoba kukhona lekwezinye indawo masima kuloko siqhubeka ngophenyo la kuvelayo ukuthi naye mhlambe uyasoleka.
However, my lord, the last part also which I've touched on is that she also did not have a license, my lord, to possess a firearm. So and this is the part I dealt with, that the expertise in terms of identifying firearms, with greatest respect to her, and all those who described the firearm as a specific type of a firearm were not there, my lord.
Futhi kokunye ukuthi naye akanayo ilicense yesibhamu ukusho ukuthi ke akanabuchwepheshe bokuthi angasinika incazelo enhle neyamukelekayo mayelana nesibhamu.
Yes, my lord.
Brigadier, my question is very simple. I'm not talking speculation as to why she could not have been, why she may not have known that this was a black revolver or what. My question is, in the course of your investigation, did you find anything that would have told you that Kelly Kumalo did not know? What is it that she was talking about when she referred to this firearm that was in possession of the guntotter as an old black revolver?
Manje kuphengeni kwenu khona yini into enganeza ukuthi nithi uKelly wayengeka kwazi wayengayazi into akhuluma ngayo umezoletha incazelo athi isibhamu esasilapha kwakuyisibhamu esiuhlobo lwevolovolo esidala esimnyama.
My lord, as I've said, in my investigation, what we found is that she was implicated as the trigger point. Secondly, her statement does not mention a revolver, because now we're dealing with Miss Kelly Kumalo. Thirdly, my lord, I've indicated that we did not interview her, so there was no time where we sat down and interview her to deal with these issues, my lord.
Manje ke ngikushoyo ke mina yilokho ukuthi ke ekuqaleni statementini sakhe akukho la ekhuluma khona ngevolovolo. Futhi kokunye ke ukuthi naye uyasoleka kulolu daba lolu kuleli cala. Nokwesithathu ke ukuthi is this third part ukuthi akukhona
Azange siminterview.
uthi ke ngiyabona okwesithathu ukuthi asizange sixoxisane naye ukuze sitholisise kahle ukuthi ubethini.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the very same question with regard to Longwe. Longwe described the firearm that was wielded by the gun totter as a .38 special. Now, common sense will tell us that a .38 special is simply a revolver. What did you find anything in the course of your investigation that Longwe could not have known that that firearm was a 3.8 special? Was a .38 special.
Manje ke asikhulume ngolongwe ethwala. Ulongwe ethwala umechaza uthi lesibhamu kwakuyi .38 special. Manje ke siyazi ke sonke into yaziwayo ukuthi i.38 special ivolovolo. Manje ke yini ke wena eyakwenza ukuthi ebinganenza ukuthi ngicabanga ukuthi akazi ukuthi ukhuluma ngani nokuthi ubengeke akwazi ukuthi alethe leyo ncazelo ibe incazelo enhle umethi ke kwakuyi .38 special.
Yes, my lord. What I found is that is also him. He is not trained. He does not possess a license for a firearm or even any training certificate or course that he attended with regard to firearms. So that removes complete expertise, because when you say a .38 special, you are specifying a specific firearm that comes with training and experience. And if you don't have that, I'm not so sure how could you make such an assertion, my lord. But there are no expertise there in terms of qualifications that we could find on his ID.
Nakuyena ke akazange aqeqeshwe mela nebhamu, akanayo ilicense, akanaso certificate mhlambe esishoyo ukuthi wakwaqeqeshwa. Manje ke lokho ke konke ke kuyakhombisa ukuthi ke abukho ubuchwepheshe esingacabanga ukuthi angabe enabo, ngoba umuntu ufanele abe eqeqeshiwe ukuthi abe nolwazi lokuthi ke lesi sibhamu lesi i.38 special, ngoba lesi i.38 special uhlobo oluthize lwesibhamu.
So what I'm saying, my lord, it will require a specific training and skills to identify a revolver as a .38, because you get a lot of revolvers, but not all revolvers are actually a .38 special. Now, Mr. Longo that we're talking about, and Ms. Kelukumalo as well, as Warrant Officer Steenkamp indicates, none of them possess the training in firearms at all, my lord.
Njengoba bengisho ukuthi bekufanele kube umuntu owaqeqeshwa ukuze azi umehluko phakathi kwamavolofolo ngoba i-point 3 especially elinye nje uhlobo levolofolo ngoba maningi ziningi inhlobo zamavolofolo njengoba ngisho ukuthi nokheli naye njengoba ngithi akaqeqeshiwe futhi nalona ulongethwaba akho training noma ukuqeqeshwa adlula kona ukuze akwazi ukuthi asho ukuthi cha leli volofolo lele engilibonayo lana i-point 3 special.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you. You know, Brigadier, I'm going to make a very simple example. The answer that you're giving me now with regard to your reasons why they could not have been accurate in the description of this firearm is just like when you go and ask any other child that you're meeting in the street, and then you show him a photo of President Mandela or President Zuma or the current president of the country, Cyril Ramaphosa. And then you show them a photo of those presidents. Let's say it's President Cyril Ramaphosa. You show that person, a kid, you know, a 7-year-old, and then he says to you, this is President Cyril Ramaphosa. Who is this person? And the kid says to you, no, this is President Cyril Ramaphosa. Will you then say to that, and then you ask that child, have you ever met President Cyril Ramaphosa? And the child says to you, no, I haven't met him personally. Would you then say, by virtue of the fact that that child had not met President Cyril Ramaphosa personally, they would not be in a position to tell that the person that you are showing them in the picture is President Cyril Ramaphosa? Simple logic.
But that's different. I mean, Cyril Ramaphosa, we all know him, his visage, image.
Yes, my lord.
Now, if you ask a person like me,
Yes.
and you say I had a firearm, ask me in Zulu.
Yes.
Katapet is palm. Katapet is palm. That's how people talk. Petit volovol. And go and ask, as he says, a guy who has undergone training as a soldier, like the whites in this country. At 16, 17, 18, they used to go for military training.
Yes.
You ask that guy, when he has a rifle,
Yes.
he's going to tell you it's a rifle,
Yes.
a gun,
Yes, my lord.
it's a baby brown,
Yes, my lord.
it's a 38,
Yes, my lord.
because he's trained. That's how I understand you.
That's
Yes.
correct.
But me is palm.
Yes, my lord.
Tubulang is palm.
Yes, my lord.
Even an AK-47 is palm. Palm.
Yes, my lord.
Mr. Ndomano, am I exaggerating? Ask guys. It's our tunyan. So it is tunyan. Okay, you've heard my view. That colloquially, this is how people generally talk. But if you have Mandela's image,
Yes.
it's different. It's specific.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Maybe I'm wrong, fine. But that's how I see it.
Yes, my lord. My lord, without specifically, well, the court said, if I were to come and present a firearm to the court would generally say, this is a firearm. That will be the court's observation. But somebody else, you bring it to me, you say to me, what is this? And then I say to you, that's a Z88.
Yeah, fine.
And I don't have a firearm license. And indeed, that firearm is a Z88. Can I then be faulted and be told that, no, miss, you can't know that this is a Z88. Similarly, when I present a firearm which is a revolver to the court, and the court says, no, let's use spam. Maybe the court will even say, crash alone. And
Yeah,
then
no.
you come to me, and you present it to me, that same firearm which is a revolver. I say, Mr. It does not necessarily mean, my lord, that if a person does not have a particular training in something, they will not be able to know the thing. That is exactly that, which is the reason why I'm asking this week. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Ngobo, we're taking your
I'm
time.
already completely lost because
Oh,
it's
yeah.
started to play with a lot of things.
Yeah, no,
But I
try
can
to-
summarize what
yeah,
you're saying.
Yeah.
Uma ukuthi inkantolo inikwa ikhonjwa isibhamu mhlambe ke inkosi yenkantolo ngathi yebo isibhamu leso kodwa ke umuntu njengami mungamkhomba isibhamu esithize uthi yini lesi sibhamu ngasho ngithi mina uthi ngasho ngithi size 38 lesi sibhamu kodwa ke angiqeqeshiwe kodwa ke abanye abantu bakhombisa isibhamu mhlawumbe ngeke bakwazi ukusho ukuthi lesi sibhamu siyini kodwa ke mina nanoma ngaqeqeshiwe khona ibhamu engikwazi ukuthi ngizikhombe ukuthi inhloboni isibhamu lesi.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Valo, you wanted to say something before I interrupted you.
No, my lord, no, thank you.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. No, I just wanted to say the scenario that Advocate Mrs. is painting regarding children and the president is completely different from firearms.
Malema says Kirango. Malema, he says the president Kirango. So it describes a person. But how? Is it Bam? I don't know. You'll have to address me thoroughly on that. I saw a lot of those firearms in that Exhibit S, is it?
Is it J? Is it not J?
J.
Yes.
Exhibit S, man.
Is it S?
One gun, you call it my killing machine, and what. Different firearms.
Yes, my lord.
So maybe, yeah, fine, you'll have to address me about whether, in fact, a lay person can know particular firearms, even if he's not trained. Fine.
Yes, my lord, but which is the reason why then I actually asked this witness
Yeah.
that in terms of their investigation, did they find something to the contrary which would say that the description of that particular firearm by the witnesses who are describing those firearms, they are wrong in describing those firearms in terms of that description?
Hayi ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi khona yini izathu ezinoholela ekutheni ngicanga ukuthi incazelo yalabo ufakazi laba ngalesi sibhamu akuyona yiphutha lela baluhlolo.
Yes, my lord, the answer is yes. But perhaps let me deal with the example that Advocate Nesi made, my lord. Yes, children may know President Mandela, President Ramaphosa because they see him on TV. You do not need a license to watch television. Anyone can identify President Mandela. When it comes to firearms, you need a license. You cannot just identify firearms when you've got no expertise. So that's the first part, my lord.
Kuqala ke ingane zingakwazi ukuthi umuntu othize uMandela noma ubani omunye ngoba awuyidingi i-license noma imvume yokuthi ke ubuke i-TV kodwa ke ukuthi ukwazi ukusebenzisa ibhamu kuyaphoqeleka ukuthi ube ne-license okufanele ukuyikona ke okungakusiza ukuthi ukwazi ukubona umehluko phakathi kweyibhamu.
And when I say license, my lord, I don't mean the annual fee that you pay to the SABC. I'm saying the qualification to say to watch TV, you must be qualified in order to explain what you are watching. You do not need a license for that, my lord.
Ya engichaza ukuthi ke angisho ukuthi khulumi ngale license yokuthi ekhokhelwayo ngonyaka kwa SAB kodwa ke ngichaza ukuthi awukudingi ukuthi ube ne-license ethize ukuthi ukwazi ukuchaza into oyibonayo ku-TV.
Secondly, my lord, when it comes to investigation, what was found, which is scientific and forensic evidence, is that the ballistic expert who visited that crime scene a few hours after the incident happened, they found that the projectile that was found, it belongs to a 9mm. That is objective evidence in my view, my lord.
Uthi okunye ukuthi ke ochwepheshe ke bama-ballistic abaya kuleyo ndawo bathi uma bethola inhlamvu yatholakala lapho bakwazi ukuthi babone ukuthi leyo nhlamvu leyo kwakuyihlobo lwe-9mm. Lokho akuphikiseki.
Now you then need, my lord, to take what Mr. Longetwala is saying in relation to the expert that says the projectile that I found, and here are my qualifications to make this determination. It's a 9mm. In relation to someone with no expertise who says it's a revolver. You can only conclude that there are no expertise here, and that's why I answered it that way, my lord, because you cannot compare the two. They're incomparable.
Manje ke uLongwethwala angeke sakwazi umqhathanisa nochwepheshe ngoba uChwepheshe waya lapha wafika wabona ukuthi le i9 meter manje lo ongenabuchwepheshe wathi ivolovolo manje ke sifanele sithathe lokho okukhulunywa umuntu oChwepheshe.
And that applies to Ms. Kelly Khumalo as well, my lord.
Futhi naloko kuyasebenza nokukhwela ekhumalo.
Yes, that's my response, my lord.
Brigadier Kininda, I think you're trying too hard. Look, one does not need a license to go into Google and Google firearms for them to know that this is, what kind of a firearm is this? Now it's in Google. This is AK-47, this is a Z88, this is a .38 special. And these things are sold all over the show. People go all over the show on windows there, at the Run Easter show. When it was then called the Run Easter show, or the Pretoria show here. These things would be displayed all over the show. In essence, what I'm saying is that one does not need a license or to have a particular expertise to know that what I'm looking at is a revolver. What I'm looking at, it's a 9mm. That's not a requirement for knowledge.
Engicela ukuchaza ukuthi awuyidingi ilicense yokuthi ungene kuGoogle uyoveza into uyohlola noma ukusesha into oyifunayo lapha kuGoogle ngoba uyakwazi ukuthi ngifuna ukubona i9mm ngifuna ukubona lolu hlobo nanoma ngifuna oluyivolovolo futhi ke awudingi ukuthi ube ne license noma ubuchwepheshe bokuthi uhambe uyobona mhlambe kuye ko Rand Easter show ubula bekhombisa khona inhlobo zebhamu ukuthi uyobona ukuthi hawu kanti kunesibhamu esinje nesinje.
Now, before you maybe respond, do you know this adage that says scientific invention is a boon to mankind? Do you know it?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Yes, if you know, you know. Then you no longer argue about whether or not you need expertise to know that this is this is that. Thank you. Now let us proceed.
No, I would like to respond. ma'am,
Oh,
but
okay,
I've not
respond.
responded.
Yeah.
I only responded to no. I know that's scientific citation, but I would like to respond to this.
Yes.
So, my lord, yes, you do not need a license to Google. We're on the same page with Advocate Mnisi. However, this situation that we're in, and I'm dealing about this matter because the identification of the revolver by Mr. Longwethwala relates to this matter. You cannot take it in isolation.
Yes.
He says that, but what do we have in this case, my lord? You've got a projectile that was found at the crime scene.
Yes.
It's found. Then a ballistic expert, a trained person, comes and say, this projectile is a 9mm, contrary to what Mr. Long is saying. You then have to take into account that this is an expert. What expertise does this person have to contradict? Because there's a contradiction. A 9mm projectile is not the same as a revolver projectile. Here you have got this version by an expert. Now you have this version given by this witness in the form of a statement. You now need to make sense. Which one is the truth? Or which one will make sense? And I'm saying, because of the lack of expertise this side, that is in Mr. Longwethwala, there is no way you can say this person, what he's saying, is accurate because you have a trained and qualified expert this side who says this is a 9mm a projectile that I found, and we have credentials on top, my lord, that shows the expertise of how this person came to make this conclusion. On the other side, the person doesn't have, with greatest respect, even a training certificate in firearms. How could that be accurate, my lord?
Manje ngizama ukuthi ngichaze lana ukuthi ke uma sibheka uLongwethwala akukho akaqeqeshwanga futhi akukho okusikhombisa ukuthi khona lapho ahamba uyofundela khona izinto zebhamu kodwa ke manje ke sisimqhathisa nalona uchwepheshe bezibhamu ngoba lana endaweni isigameko kukatholakala inhlamvu eyayikhona lapho and lapho uchwepheshe athi khona le nhlamvu le yatholakala i9mm and futhi ke manje ke sisiyazibuza ukuthi ngapha kulongwe sizothi yini ayaziyo engasiholela ekutheni sithi yebo uyakwazi ngempela ukuthi akhombe ukuthi leli kwakuyivolovolo manje lana sesiqhathanisa ulwazi lo muntu owuchwepheshe nolwazi lo muntu ongenalutho ongasilutho ola uthi yena kwakuyivolovolo ngoba lana sasinayo inhlamvu esayisa kulo owuchwepheshe ballistic ofika ihlola ya la idutshulwe yilo isibhamu esu9 mm ngoba khona umehluko phakathi kwenhlamvu edutshulwe yi9 isibhamu esu9 mm nenhlamvu edutshulwe yivolovolo manje ke sithatha kuphi kulaba ababili kulo owuchwepheshe nalo ongenichwepheshe.
Thank you, Brigadier. I think we'll just circumambulate like fishes in water. I think I'll take that up on argument.
Understood, my lord.
Thank you. You know, I nearly would have been charged with high treason. I forgot who the current state president is. That must be an indication that the mind is very tired. I think it's time that I approach the court and requested for an adjournment. Otherwise, we'll not be doing justice to these proceedings if we were to proceed in this state. Not so.
I understand. Yes, my lord. With regard to the state president, I was actually surprised as well when Advocate Mnisi could not recall the name of the current president.
That is basically high treason. It's unconstitutional. I am being uncompatriotic.
Yes, patriotic to the country.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and it amounts to high treason. Thank you. That's just an indication of how tired the mind is.
No, I understand.
As it pleases the court, my lord.
There are
They
people
used
who
to say
there
in
are
humble...
people who don't recognize the president of this country.
My lord,
You know that there are people who don't recognize the president of this country.
they are uncompatriotic, my lord.
I don't know, but I'm saying that there are. So
Yeah.
me, it doesn't surprise me.
Yes, my lord. Yes.
I won't say much.
Yes, my lord. I'm also on the same page with the court, my lord. Thank you, my lord. May
What's
I
your
request...
time there, sir? Mr.
It's 15:13. In any case, it's very close to our normal sitting
Yeah,
time.
it's fine. All right. Okay, are you available still tomorrow? No?
Yes, I am, my lord.
Okay, thank you. Okay, again, now, say, they are mentally tired. Ngikhuluma ngevolovolo, nesibhamu. 10 o'clock.